kuti apereke maganizo awo okhudzana ndi mmene akuganizira kuti ndondomeko ya zachuma ya chaka cha 2026-2027 akufuna kuti ikhale yooneka motani, ikhale yokomera ndani. Ndi zimene zizi tikhale ndithu tikukupatsirani kuchokera kunoko ku Mount Soch Hotel. Ambiri nkumafuna kufunsa kuti kodi ntchito imeneyi imakhala yofunikira motani. Ndi ntchito yomwe ili yayikulu kwambiri chifukwa chonena kuti imathandizira kuti anthu athe kuona kuti boma likuchita zinthu poyera. So tikhale tikukambirana ziwiri zitatu zokhudzana ndi ntchito imeneyi. A very, very warm welcome to you all. Catching us on MBC, we are here at Mount Soch Hotel, where we are going to have the pre-budget consultative meeting, where government is soliciting views on how they should probably go with the 2026-2027 budget. So we'll be having guests very shortly. We have MCCI, this is Chief Executive Officer, Madam Daisy Kambalame. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning. It's a marathon in the central region, northern region, and now we are in the southern region. Talk to us about the significance of these pre-budget consultative meetings.
Well, for us, I think it gives us a platform and an opportunity to really look at how do we come together and create a partnership to grow the economy. As you know, that for our economy to really function, you need to ensure that your private sector is solid and it's growing. So this space that they've created for us to talk and present our ideas and our thoughts, whilst also understanding the challenges that we're facing, I think gives us a powerful point of creating a sustainable partnership. So it's really important to have these engagements, but not only that, but if you look at the aspects of what the consultations are covering, it's really every aspect of the economy. So looking at social issues, looking at education and all that. So I think if they really take the ideas through and really assess how we align on what we want to achieve, we will see that as we focus on where we're going, we can achieve something that is good for us.
That's where I was about to head to. We have had pre-budget consultative meetings, and the question has always been, are inputs collected from these kinds of meetings put into action when the actual budget is being presented, say, in Parliament?
Yeah, so over time, as a chamber, we always actually do an assessment after the budgets have actually been announced and the minister has presented his budget. And we've seen that, of course, most of the times we wouldn't say it's over 70% that is taken. No, I think that has not been the case ever. But we've seen that there are times that they will take some of the issues on board. But also the other issues that we've seen is that sometimes maybe they will partly implement, but that doesn't stop us from continuing to lobby, because that's our role, to ensure that government also understands where they're standing and also understands the implication of some of the decisions that they're making. Because it's one thing sometimes to get input, and if you don't implement it and then you see the consequences, then you don't blame anyone else, because you were told this is what it's going to lead to. And for us, we always believe that any country that has developed because it had a strong private sector. And that's why our contributions are really about increasing employment, creating stronger firms, because those are the ones that will pay taxes. Those are the ones that will give government the revenue that it needs to actually implement all the social programs that they have. So for us, that is also always critical. So we've seen that over the years, I would say it has not always been encouraging. But one thing that I'm also quite hopeful and positive about is that recently we've had very good discussions with the Minister of Finance, and I'm hoping that that is going to be a signal of where we're going. We did not engage much before he presented his first budget, but after the budget was presented, we actually talked about the unintended consequences, and we're hoping that through this engagement, we'll be able to actually look at how best we move forward.
Without preempting what you are about to present,
I
just want to have a feel of your expectations as MCCI on the upcoming budget. What are the areas that you feel like needs to be focused much?
You know, We cannot continue to spend without creating. I mean, even in households, you find that if you're spending beyond your salary, at some point you go to Caterpillar. At some point you start selling your property and then you stop functioning. So for us, I think the key issue is, first of all, how do we grow the gross domestic product? And then also, how do we reduce our expenditure?
So finally, when we are done with all this, and we are looking at what has happened so far, what's impressive indicators that you are seeing as great indicators in terms of how our economy has performed since the coming in of the new dispensation?
I think one of the key things that they've done is to build some level of confidence, and you find that because of that confidence, I think you've seen commentary even from others saying, well, some prices have started reducing and all that. But what we're also seeing is even our members actually indicating what they have planned for investment. So we're looking at real statistics and real figures. So for us, that is a good signal, especially when your private sector is saying, we want to invest in X, and we are looking at generating Y revenue. So that is a very good signal when it comes to moving forward.
Thank you so much. I know that you want to prepare your presentation. You can kindly go.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. That's Daisy Kambalame there, the MCCCI Chief Executive Officer, just giving us an overview of the expectations, particularly during this particular consultative meeting. And very shortly, I will have Eric Trinta, who is a tourism kind of an expert. We are here for a consultative meeting of the 2026-2027 budget. Why is tourism a key element in these discussions?
Okay, tourism is the key for now because when you're looking at Malawi, it has got lots of natural capital, which needs to be utilized to make money for communities. I'll be mixing with Chichewa so that
steroni ndithu kuti zokopa alendo zikuyenera kutenga gawo lalikulu bwanji mu budget ya 2026-2027.
Yes, kwayambirira tikamakamba zokopa alendo tioneso za vision 2063 ya dziko la Malawi. Kumene uchako taika tourism ngati one of the pillars zinthu zoti zichitike, komanso tikaona tourism ndimene mayimirira munthu wina aliyense ku Malawi, identity yathu, komanso chuma choyikika choti mukhoza kuchigulitsa pompopompo ndi tourism. Tukamba za pompopompo ndi tourism, tukamba za ma cultural villages dziko lonse, tukamba za ma game reserves, tukamba za ma national parks, tukamba za malo ngati Kuruvi shrines zoti zikudziwidwa bwinobwino ndi UNESCO. Ndiyenso tikudziwa kale ngati dziko tili ndi lamulo limene inayikidwa kale la NAHEC, imene implementation yake ikubwera. Inayamba budget ya chaka chatha, tikuyembekezeranso kuti chaka chinocho kubwere zambiri kuti anthu amalawi amene mumadziwa tourism ikusunga ntchito za anthu 5 million zoti sizinazipange formalize. Kutanthauza kuti titati tipange formalize nkhani za ntchito ndi wealth creation pa household level izakhala kuti zakonzedwa. So komanso pakali pano mukaona kuti tikukamba za agriculture, tourism, mining, komanso manufacturing. Kutanthauza kuti tourism iyi tikayipanga bwinobwino kudzera mu dongosolo ilili la consultation, mukaona kuti zinthu zambiri zikhala zinthu zamphamvu kwambiri. Tikukamba za mutati muone boma limene labwerali mu manifesto mwawo ananena kuti apanga target malo oti apange urbanization ndi malo amene kulipoko. Kutanthauza kuti tikumbutsana nawo kudzera ku manifesto kuja, komanso kuona kuti zinthu zimene zitheka bwanji. Ndiye tikakhala za urbanization through tourism, mukaona kuti tikhala tikutumikirano anthu angati mu dziko la Malawi. So it's very important kuti tourism tikambenso bwino kuti akamakapanga budget a minister zambiri zimene tikuzidziwa zili mu zofunikirazo zikakwaniritsidwe. Musayiwalenso kuti mu tourism ndi mmene timaunikira anzathu opanga za zisudzo zosiyanasiyana asi kutanthauza kuti no anthu onse aja atsa amene timadziwa aja tikangoti talumikizana bwinobwino zonse za mutualism ukuona kuti no dziko la Malawi zakhala bwino kwa basi mu nkhani za chuma.
Ndi magawo ati amene mukuganiza kuti angathandize kuti zokopa alendo mdziko muno zifike pa mulingo okuti dziko nkumadalira kuti chuma ngakhale ndalama zakunja zidzilowa koma mosavuta. Mugaza kuti ndi chani chimene chikusowekera kwambiri chomwe chikufunikira madera mmene mumu?
Okay, pakali panopo ndi investment imene ikuyenera kulowa madera ambiri. Tikukamba za majete game reserve. Game reserve imene imabweretsa tourism yopsa kuno ifandukiyo kha imene ili ndi big 5. Koma mukaona kuti mwina Shire River sitinamtanule kuti azigwirizana nobwinobwino ndi majete mu nkhani za boat cruise ndi zina. Ndi nkhani zimene zizikuzidziwa kuti tikazikambakamba zibweretsa chuma chambiri. Komanso mukaona kuti no ku dziko la Malawi kuno tili ndi zikhalidwe zambiri zimene tilibe pakali panopo makacho villages. Makacho villages amene tikunena kuti anthu aderalo athe kuwagwisa ntchito kuti anthu ambiri azipita ku madera kumene kuti zimene ziso tikufuna kuti zibwere bwinobwino. A UNESCO atipanga kai highlight Mulanje Mountain komanso Khuluvi Shrines kuja komanso Gule Wankulu zinthu zimene zitikangozika bwinobwino kugwisanso ntchito platform bwinobwino ya UNESCO mukaona kuti dziko la Malawi singakhaleso chimozimozi Lake Malawi tikabweresamo zinthu zofunikira zambiri boat cruise ndi zina mukaona kuti dziko la Malawi silosauka ndolemera kwambiri koma chimene chikufunikitsa kuchipanga kwambiri ndi tourism ndi kudzera mu kukambirana kumeneko muona kuti titumphula ndithu tipeza chenicheni chimene dziko la Malawi likufunikira kwa anthu akumodzi.
Tikuyembekezera kumva maganizo anu ochuluka pa nkhani imeneyi zokambirana zikapitirira.
Inde zimene tikufunitsitsa kuti tipange chifukwa boma timayenera kulipatsa nzeru zoti iwo akakwaniritse ndipo tikuthokoza kwambiri minister wa finance potibweretsera kuti tikakambirana mfundo zakazinyamula tipanga Malawi wabwino.
Thokoza kwambiri amene wandithu ndi Bambo Trinta katswiri pa nkhani yokhudzana ndi zokopa alendo patikhale ndithu tili ndi CEO Bankers Association Mai Lines Nkongola. Mai mawa bwino
zomwe kwambiri nonso mawa bwino
chimodzimodzi ukuoneka kuti wakhala ulendo wa masiku angapo chigawo chapakati chigawo chakumpoto pana ali chigawo chakumwera pa nkhani yokhudzana ndi kumva maganizo kuchokera ku magulu osiyanasiyana. Ngati mkulu oyang'anira mabanki mdziko muno mungafotokoze kuti mabanki akuyembekezera zotani mu ndondomeko ya zachuma ya 2026-2027?
Kwakukulu chimene tikuyembekezera ndichonena kuti bajeti iyi ikhale yokomera Amalawi chifukwa chokuti Amalawi itadutsa mu zinthu zambiri nde ikakomera Amalawi aliyense akakhala kunena kuti ali ndi kuthekera kogula zinthu kaya kuzipangira zinthu payekha dziko likhoza kutukuka bwino lomwe.
Ambiri akuti ngati chuma chikuyenda bwino nkotheka kuti ziwongolazanja za mabanki nazo zizinkazitsika-tsika.
Mene mwanenena ngati chuma chikuyenda bwino ndekuti chikongoladzanja cha mabanki chikhoza kutsika chifukwa chokuti tikati tione chiwongoladzanja pali zinthu zingapo zimene zimalowa mmene muchamo kuti abweretse chiwongoladzanja ndiye ngati inflation imapangitsanso kuti chiwongoladzanja chija chikwere koma akayigwira ikamatsika chiwongoladzanja chijaso chimakhala kuti chikutsika. Ngati zina zonse zikuyenda bwino ndalama zakunja zikupezeka chiwongoladzanja chijaso chimatsika komanso pakapezeka kunena kuti chuma chikupita kuboma komanso chikupita ku private sector khozanso kusika ngati pali development ina yake chitukuko cha dziko.
Kwa mwezi timaona ma statistics akuoneka kuti November December inflation yatsika. Mwina kwa munthu wakumudzi zimenezi zikutanthauza chani komanso kwa inu ngati amabanki ma clients anu zikutanthauza chani kwa amene amagwirana ntchito?
tikaona mmene yatsikira inflation muona kuti yambiri imene yatsika ndi non-food inflation imene zisali zokhudzana ndi zina koma chakudya chifukwa chokuti pa msika chimanga chatsika zinthu zina mitengo ya zinthu zina ndi zina zikutsika koma tikamatsikabe ndithu tipezeka nawo kuti angakhale zinthu zimene zimapangitsa kuti interest rate ikwere zitsika tikayang'ana mtengo obwerekera ndalama kuboma udakali pa 26% iwo uja akangotsitsa ndekuti amabankiso amayenera kutsitsa.
So finally, what are the expectations that you have, particularly in this particular pre-budget conservative meeting taking place at Monsoji?
We are looking at a national budget that will be for all Malawians, from the grassroots to the upper people.
In terms of banks now, you are key financial players that help in shaping the economy. What are the areas that you would want government to focus on so that banks should operate with some sort of flexibility?
For us, we are looking at the productive sector. Because if we have an economy that is a productive one, then definitely we can be self-sustenance. And in the end, you'd actually see that our economy will grow. As the economy grows, then everything else will fall in place.
Madam Kungula, we are looking forward to hearing your views in this particular meeting. Wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's the Chief Executive Officer for the Bankers Association giving us her thoughts on what she expects as regard to this budget conservative meeting. And with me is Noel Zigoa, the CEO of Institute of Chartered Accountants in Malawi, ICAM. Welcome, sir, this morning.
Thank you so much.
Just a quick run through of the significance of this pre-budget conservative meeting ahead of the 2026-2027 budget presentation. What's the significance of it?
This meeting is very important. It's important in a sense that this is a time that the Minister of Finance has to gather the expectations of the public, because we represent various people and professionals that are on the ground, and even companies that are also on the ground. So it is important that they are able to listen what is expected from the new budget, and how does this budget propel people to produce in the coming year, and what else is expected of the government too, because you know, it is like a contract. It's a contract whereby somebody has to agree, some has to promise, some has to agree and sign for it. So what we are doing is we are expecting that, okay, this is the contract that we want, and the minister shall also present after gathering all that what they will do for the citizenry. So this is a financial contract of the people and the government.
Hearing views from the central region, northern region, and even some of the CEOs that we have spoken to just before you, they are speaking of the need for the Ministry of Finance or government to formulate what they are calling pro-poor kind of a budget. What do we really understand by the word pro-poor budget?
You see, actually, from our point of view, we wouldn't be talking about a pro-poor budget, but we would be saying that it's a development budget, because when we are looking at a pro-poor, in every economy, we have different levels. But what is important is, how do we, as a people or as a country, progress so that we are able to move our citizens not only from the poverty line, but moving up to another level.
So mwachidule ngati akatswiri owerengera chuma mwabwera kuno kusonkhano meneyo ambiri nkufuna kudziwa kuti kodi nkofunikira kotani kukhala ndi mkumano menewu maganizo amene boma lisanapange chiganizo chake suti lilibe maganizo oti tifuna chani mu budget ali nazo koma chifukwa chani nkofunika kuti maganizo enanso aganiziridwe.
Yeah, ndikofunikira kwambiri chifukwa chakuti umakhala ngati mgwirizano wa dziko ndi boma, ndiye nkhani ya zachuma ndi nkhani yakuti zimachitika tsiku lililonse, ndiye zimafuna kuti pakhale kuvana pakati pa boma ndi anthu ake anene kuti ifewe zimene tikuyembekezera kuti mapulani azachuma akhale achonchi pamakhala zambiri, nkhani ya misonkho nanga nkhani ya kuti kodi chuma chiyenda bwanji, nanga nkhani ya kuti tikombaza kuti nkhani ya zitukuko ziyenda bwanji, ndi zinthu zofunikira kwambiri zimene zizi kuti tiziona kuti chifukwa nkhani tu ya chitukukoyi imang'ana mbali zambiri, iwana mbali zambiri monga kumbali kuti misonkho imene anthu tikulipira kodi ikugwira ntchito bwino, ikutipindulira monga Malawi, ndipo Amalawi akakuti akapereka msonkho zimene amayembekezera ndi yani, amalandira zimene akufunazo kapena iyayi, ndipo kodi chumachi chikakhala chaperekedwa mkudzera misonkho kodi chigwisiro ntchito bwanji, kodi munthu wina akakhala wasokoneza chumachi tizipanga zotani. Ndi zimene zinthu zakuti anthu amafuna kuti chuma chawo chigwire ntchito bwino, osati ndalama talipira lero wina waika mthumba kenaka popanda kali kosemeka kachitika chimakhala choti chobweza mbuyo. Anthu amisonkho akamalipira misonkho Amalawi azikondwera kuti tikulipira msonkho ndipo msonkho ukulipindulira, tikukhala ndi misewu yabwino, anthu tikukhala otetezedwa, ndiponso tikulandira mankhwala kuchipatala. Anthu amayembekezera zimenezo, osati kuti talipira msonkho kenaka kuchipatala ukapita akuti mankhwala mupite ku pharmacy nangati zakuzikwenda bwanji sizimayenda bwino.
No, tathokoza kwambiri, tikuyembekezera kumva maganizo ochuluka kwambiri kuchokera kwa inu ku msonkhano umene tiyankhule nanu kumapeto kwa zokambirana zimenezi. Tathokoza kwambiri amene wandithu ndi bambo nawe zigowa kutifotokozera ndithu umwe umene akuganizira ngati bungwe la ICAM kuti likuyembekezera zotani. Iwo kuti isakhale ndondomeko ya zachuma yongoyang'ana kutukula miyoyo ya anthu osaukitsitsa kwambiri, koma ikhalenso ndondomeko imene idziyang'ana nkhani yokhudzana ndi chitukuko. Iwo wakuti akufuna chitukuko chikhale patsogolo mu ndondomeko ya zachuma imene. Posero patikhale ndi amenewa ndi Mike Mlombwa amene ali mtsogoleri wa bungwe lija la IBAM. Bwana Mlombwa, simbani moyo uli bwino ndithu. Ayi nanunso chimodzimodzi kaya kumene ku Indigenous Business Association kumeneko zinthu zikuyenda bwanji?
Ndikanena kuti panopo zinthu zayambana kuyenda bwino, ndi 2025 sizinali zabwino, koma panopo ndithu ndi chiyembekezo chikulu chifukwa tabwera kuno kuti timve kuti a Ministry of Finance atikonzera zotani ife mapuleyers amene tili ma business country wide.
Kodi ma indigenous ndi amene ali nzika zakuno zikupanga malonda?
Tikamati indigenous timasonyeza kuti nzika zakuno, komanso ndi anthu ena obwera amene anabwera kalekale mngakhala achimwenye ngakhale osafuna kuti tigwirane ntchito limodzi, koma iwo aja ndithu ndi ma indigenous chifukwa anabadwira konkuno. Komano pamene timanena kuti ma indigenous timasonyeza ndithu kupanga stick kuti ma black indigenous Malawians amene ali ambiri amene tupanga mabiza osiyana-siyana mdziko muno.
Mwina mukayang'ana mmene palili pa ground nkhani za malonda pakadali pano zikuyenda motani, mungazifotokoze motani kwa inu ngati tsopano amalonda amene muli akuno ku Malawi?
Kunena zoona mbuyo mpaka kufika tsiku la lero sizinagwire, koma panopo ndithu aliyense tikumatha kuona ngakhale kuti sizinambe kuchitika pa ground, koma ndithu kuona kuti matupi a anthu, nkhope za anthu zikumakhala kuti anthu aliyense ali ndi chiyembekezo kuti mwina 2026 2027 ndithu tikadzakumananso pano tizanena kuti ayi 2026 2027 inali ndithu chaka chabwino kwambiri, ambiri apanga kuti mabizinesi osiyana-siyana.
Kwachani mukuti nkhope zikuoneka zili ndi chiyembekezo, ndi zizindikiro ziti zimene zikupatsani chiyembekezo?
Zizindikiro zina zimene zikupatsani chiyembekezo njonena kuti tinganena kuti kwathu kuno kuti upange mabizinesi ndikudya, ndiye tikuona kuti mitengo ya zinthu zambiri ikutsika, mwina chimanga ndi zolero zofunika pa moyo wa munthu zikutsika. Zimenezo ndi zimene timaona kuti ayi zikukhala ngati kuti tikamathamangathamanga ma business sitingagone ndi njala, sitingavutike. Mwachidule ndinganena kuti no, masaini nditha kuoneka kuti panopo 85% kuti aliyense akumakhala ndi kumfunsa ife nakasite maina dziko lonse lino aliyense kumfunsa kuti ayi ife tikuona kuti zinthu ziyenda bwinobwino. Ndi anthu amabizinesi osiyanasiyana, amasamba, tomato, ogulitsa mbatata, aliyense ali ndi chiyembekezo kuti zinthu ziyenda bwino.
Chifukwa ambiri afuna adziwe kuti kodi amulombo m'malo mwa bungwe lawo la IBAM apereke ndemanga zotani kuti boma lizike nawo mapulani a ndondomeko ya zachuma.
Ifeyo tili mapulani ambiri ndiponso panopo IBAM chaka chino takonza zambirimbiri ma meeting posera patina sa ma press conference kuti ino IBAM itenge mbali tikudziwa kuti boma ndi ifeyo timagwira ntchito hand in hand.
Tokoza kwambiri amene ndithu ndi bambo Mlombwa kutifotokozera komanso tipasa chithunzithunzi cha mmene zinthu zikukhalira anduna za chuma alowa ndithu mu chipinda chino kutanthauza kuti mwambo umenewo ukhale ukuyamba nthawi ina iliyonse. Ifeyo tikhalenso tikubwera kuti tipitirize ndi zokambirana zomwe zili mkati muno.
The Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Machola Mwanamveka MP, the Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliff Kenneth Chiunda, the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Malawi, Dr. McDonald Mafuta Mare, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tamblas, the Principal Secretary for Decentralization in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Mr. Peter Ponderani, the Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, the Chief Executive Officer of the Bankers Association of Malawi, Mrs. Linus Mkungula, and your team, the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Malawi, Chartered Accountant Daniel Jere, and your entire team here present, the representative of the business community and the private sector organizations led by the Chief Executive Officer for the Malawi Confederation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Madam Daisy Kambarame, representatives of the academia led by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Malawi, Dr. Sunduzwayo Madise, representatives of the various professional bodies, directors, and senior government officials here present, all Malawians present here, all Malawians following the proceedings through the television, radio stations, various online platforms like Facebook and other social media platforms, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Patrick Idipava. I'm the Deputy Director in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, and I'll be the moderator of the meeting this morning. Without much ado, allow me now to invite Madam Mona Muhango to commit the proceedings of today into the hands of God. Madam Muhango.
Let us pray. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, dear God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the pre-budget consultative meetings that have been held in Lilongwe, Nzuzu, and finally here in Blantyre. We pray that you'll be with us, your wisdom, the Holy Spirit will be with us as we discuss the budget contributions for 2026-2027 financial year, and that these discussions will be for the good of our nation, Malawi. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much for the prayer. We have committed our proceedings into the hands of God. Honourable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble duty this morning to welcome you all to this third session of this year's pre-budget consultation meeting for the 2026-2027 financial year. This is an opportune time for us all to share views and shape the budget's direction. Your inputs are very important and relevant for the development of this year's budget. I would like, therefore, to invite you to participate actively and contribute constructively so that we build Mother Malawi together. We have rapporteurs in here, and be assured that all your contributions will be taken note of. And at the same time, may I request those who can put their views in writing to write and submit to the Secretariat, so that during the review of all submissions, we should be able to look at those submissions. We have 3 hours to deliberate from now. I would request all of us to make sure that we use these 3 hours productively, so that it should help us to shape the economy. At this time, allow me to ask you to look at the agenda which is before us. We have a number of items to transact. We have the statement, that the welcome remarks that will be given by the Secretary to the Treasury. Thereafter, we'll have the statement by the Honourable Minister. Thereafter, we'll have various presentations. So let us listen attentively and keep time. For those who are making presentations, if you see the program, you have been allocated 10 minutes. And let us try as much as possible to make sure that we deliver the message in the presentation within 10 minutes. It might be long, but we can manage to deliver the message within that 10 minutes. At this point in time, therefore, allow me to humbly request the Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliff Chiunda, to give us welcoming remarks. Thereafter, the Secretary to the Treasury will invite the Honourable Minister to give us a statement. Secretary to the Treasury, sir.
With compliments over the season, good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. The Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Machola Mwanamveka, MP, the Governor of the Reserve Bank, Dr. McDonald Mafuta Mwale, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Tambras, the Accountant General, Mr. Sunganani Mandala, the Principal Secretary Decentralization, Mr. Peterson Pondelani, the Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, representatives of the academia, led by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Malawi, Professor Samson Sejidu, representatives of the professional bodies, led by the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Malawi, President, Mr. Daniel Jerry, the representatives of private sector organizations and business community, led by Chief Executive Officer for the Malawi Confederation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Madam Daisy Kambalame, the President of the Bankers Association of Malawi, if at all is here, or his representatives, Mr. Philip Madinga, if he is here, or his representative, representatives of the civil society organizations, representatives of faith-based organizations, senior government officials who are here, members of the Fourth State, the press, the Director of Ceremonies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege at this time to warmly welcome you to the third session of the 2026-27 pre-budget consultation meetings here at Sunbed Mount Sochi Hotel. This meeting is taking place here in Mlanta after our two meetings that took place in Lilongwe on Friday, the 9th of January, and in Mzuzu on Monday, the 12th of January, 2026. This particular session is the last one. We are expecting to get even more inputs and views from you. It's the last in a series of the 3 meetings that we had organized. This is the first round of our pre-budget consultations that the Honourable Minister and I are administering since our appointments to serve in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning, and Decentralization. This occasion presents a very unique opportunity for you, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to share your perspectives on how best we can move our country forward by using the national budget as a strategic tool for development. We therefore look forward to receiving constructive views and proposals that will be carefully considered in the formulation of the national budget. As we deliberate on the prospects for the 2026-27 budget, it is also important to acknowledge the economic realities confronting our nation. We continue to face very significant macroeconomic imbalances arising from internal as well as external shocks. Therefore, our discussion today must focus on how best to effectively manage these challenges, these shortcomings, through prudent and disciplined implementation of the budget. I therefore wish to appeal to all gathered here to provide constructive, solution-oriented proposals that will enrich the 2026-27 budget process. Your submissions, therefore, are vital in ensuring that the budget is not only technically sound, but also responsive to the needs of our people, thereby contributing to the economic stability and sustainable growth of our country. Sometimes people say, with these few remarks, I would say at this juncture, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honourable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization to deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Good morning. The Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliff Kenneth Chiunda, the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Malawi, Dr. Mafuta Mwale, the Commissioner General of the Malawi Revenue Authority, Mr. Felix Kingston Tamblas, the Director General, National Planning Commission, Mr. Frederick Changaya, the representative of the private sector and the business community led by Chief Executive Officer of the Malawi Confederation of Chambers and Comments, Madam Daisy Kambalame, representatives of the academia led by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Malawi, Professor Samson Sajidu, representatives of professional bodies led by the President of Institute of Chartered Accountants in Malawi, Mr. Daniel Jere, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of the faith-based organizations, senior government officials, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy and honor that I welcome you all at Sunbed Mount Sochi in Blantyre, and all those that are following us online and through other platforms like the radio, television, to the third 2026-2027 pre-budget consultation meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our gathering this morning is a testament or testimony to government's shared belief and vision to transform our economy. Let me express my profound gratitude to you all for coming to attend this very important meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this meeting is mainly to hear from you, our stakeholders. We'll do more listening. As such, please feel free to express your views and suggestions. We are here to ensure that we gather as much input as possible. We are not here not to point fingers at each other, but rather to share views and ideas that will assist in transforming our economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 26-27 pre-budget consultation are taking place against a background of significant global, regional, and domestic economic challenges. This national consultation underscores our commitment to address these challenges and also our commitment to inclusive, transparent, and participatory public finance management, ensuring that the fiscal, the monetary, and development priorities are informed by broader stakeholder engagement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, according to the Public Finance Management Act of 2022, my ministry is mandated to prepare and oversee implementation of the national budget. To effectively fulfill this mandate, the ministry relies significantly on the contribution that we get from you, our stakeholders that are present here. This meeting is therefore critical and of utmost importance, as it provides with the opportunity to gather and solicit views on the formulation of your budget, the budget of 2026-2027. Let me now turn to the economy. The Malawi economy continues to face significant macroeconomic pressures, including persistent foreign exchange shortages, high inflation, climate-related shocks, infrastructure and energy constraints, which have weighed down on the overall economic performance. As a result, economic growth remains subdued, with real GDP growth slightly revised downwards to 2.7% in November 2025 from an earlier projection of 2.8%. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to say that the medium term looks bright. We can see light at the end of the tunnel, because our prospects for GDP are projected to move closer to 4% in 2026 and close to 5% in 2027, supported by targeted investments and policy reforms under the National Economic Recovery Plan. To date, inflationary pressures are easing. I hope colleagues are able to monitor what is happening to inflation. Just yesterday, the National NSO Statistics Office has just announced that our inflation is now at 26%, from almost 29% in September 2025. I also want to mention this, that from our side, that is from government side and the Ministry of Finance, we anticipate this inflation to continue to go down. And it will go down. You are aware that this inflation was at 32% in 2024. And it closed 2020, I think in December, it was about 28.5%. But as we speak now, it's at 26%, and we think that it should go down more or even less than 20%. I know others will say, where are you getting this? We are on the ground. We are the players. And we know how to play. And I have the lieutenants before me that are ready to achieve these targets. Let me also maybe assure Malawians that their economy is in good hands. It is in the hands whom we can call economic engineer. And this one is none other than Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika. You and me know what happened in 2014 to 2020. We all know that when Professor Arthur Peter Mutharika left government in 2020, inflation was at 8%, 9%. You can check the figures. You also know that in 2020, interest rates, in particular the policy rate, was at 12.5%. We also know that the exchange rate, the Malawi kwacha to US dollar, was at 750. The buying was about 732 average, and the selling was around 78, averaging 750 kwacha to a dollar. Public debt was 4.1 trillion. But as we speak today, within the past 5 years, that debt has jumped to 22 trillion. You can see the jump, huge jump, almost 5 times within a space of 5 years. We also know that when Professor Dr. Mutharika was leaving government in 2020, we had enough reserves. We had about $1 billion, which vanished in the past 5 years. I'm sure that's the reason why Malawian decided that he has to come back, because they knew he's the only one that can manage the economy and address the challenges that Malawians are facing. Let me also indicate that Professor Dr. Mutharika is aware of the challenges we have. The first is the public debt, as I've said, because that level of public debt is very unsustainable. And we need to do what it takes to reduce the public debt. The Malawi Kwacha exchange rate, the official at 1,750, compared to, as we speak now, I'm told it's around 3,600 in the black market. That gap is huge, and it has to be addressed, and it will be addressed. I also mentioned about reserves. They are depleted, but I'm happy to report today that the reserves are improving, and slowly, I'm sure people will be able to access foreign exchange in the banks. We want to eliminate the queues. There's no reason at all that people wanting to go to South Africa to buy merchandise, they should be queuing for months just to get foreign exchange. There's no reason at all for those that want to go to Zambia, go to Tanzania, they should be. I'm aware this is happening because most of the foreign exchange is in the black market, and people are taking advantage of the discrepancy between the official and the parallel rate. I'm also pleased to report that interest rates on treasury notes and treasury bills is coming down, and we'll make sure it comes down. I know those that were investing in the TBs and treasury bills, I'm sure you were enjoying. I'm saying this because what we found was that there was a development bond that we were issuing at 32%. 32%. The government borrowing at 32%. What would that mean to our public debt? That again, we want to make sure that we address. The president, as I've said, he knows exactly what to do. What have we done so far? We have, as the ST mentioned, we have a national economic plan, NEP. We planned it before even we joined the government because we knew we were coming back. We knew Professor Dr. Mutharika has the confidence of the people who come back. So we came up with this plan, which we are using, and at some point, I'm sure ST and the governor will make sure that we sit down and also discuss this policy, this national economic planning that we have. It covers both the short term, the medium term, and also the long term. And it addresses both the monetary and the fiscal. It also addresses the productive sectors of our economy, being agriculture, mining, tourism, manufacturing, and the SMEs. That policy is there. So what the professor is doing is not a guesswork. We have a plan in place. But now allow me to take advantage of this forum to warn some business people, the banks, individuals, and the ones we call the money transfer operators. like Paisa, there's Mama Money, and many others. We know what we are doing. We know what we are doing, and the illegal transaction and the money laundering that is taking place. I want to assure you that the authorities on the ground, I'm sure some of you have seen what's circulating. As I've said, actually before that was circulated, me and the governor and the ST and our authorities are on the ground as we speak now. The authority, I mean, I don't want to mention the authorities, but we'll make sure that those people, and fortunately we are getting the pointers, we know exactly who's doing what. So I wanted to perhaps to warn these stakeholders, the banks, don't facilitate money laundering. We don't want to have a situation where we are closing a bank just because it is facilitating money laundering and illegal transaction. It's not in our interest. So please assist us to manage this economy. This economy is our economy. It belongs to all of us. It's like we're in a boat. When this boat sinks, we all sink. I don't think we would want to sink. And we should not let a few people make this economy to collapse. Let me now turn to our challenges that is before us. I've mentioned them. But the key one is statutory expenditures. These are salaries and wages, and also pensions and gratuities. These statutory expenditures, they constitute 90% of what we collect from Malawi Revenue Authority. 90%, meaning that we only have 10% fiscal space to do other development and also to provide ORT to the MDS. It's too little. We are very constrained. You can imagine 10% only of the budget. The rest are expenditures that we can't avoid. So that we also want to address. That's why I know we have economists, we have the accountants who are telling us, no, you are overtaxing us, you are putting measures. I've always given an example of somebody who is suffering from cancer or leg cancer. At times the doctor can advise you that that leg has to be amputated for the sake of that you still live longer. We're in that situation. We have to make tough decisions, and we'll make them not out of ill intention, not out of bad intentions, but actually it is for good of you. At the end of the day, I'm sure you're going to smile that we meant well. And we wish Malawians, particularly the people in the rural areas, we wish them well once we reach the promised land. Others say Canaan, and our president tells us that we have to, I'm sure the country that we hope promised to know, our president has also said. So we want to achieve that. In addition to these statutory expenditures, we also have social obligations that we can't defer. These include the provision of essential medicines or pharmaceuticals, the delivery of accessible and quality education, the supply of affordable farm inputs to support food security, and the allocation of resources to critical national development initiatives, which includes our health sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the fiscus, as I've said, is very constrained and by the need to create arrears. We also have found huge arrears in government. That's why the debt has jumped, huge arrears in the past 5 years. Most of them are emanating from inflated projects. Roads have been inflated. You see a project that started initially, or the cost was about 50 billion. Now is hovering at 130 billion. Can you imagine the jump? We have so many of those projects. I think we want to deal with those. We have promissory notes that have also been inflated. We have promissory notes, some in dollars. In dollars, a promissory note, but offered at local interest rates. Some 12%, some even 18%. I'm sure you and me know that a dollar-denominated instrument we cannot apply local rates, because normally we use either, in the past we call it LIBOR, or nowadays it's called SOFR. You call it SOFR. Now I'm told those in the banks they know what I'm talking about. So we have a lot of areas. This we are discussing. We want to look at them and look at them. When you hear us talking about having a haircut, this is where maybe we'll do more haircut. Because the haircut will depend on the size of the hair. If it's longer, we'll cut it more. And if it's already short, we'll just do. I'm saying this because people took advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, at times, we in government, I'm saying at times, we don't consider value for money. And time has come, that has happened. Time has come where we need to address those challenges. Now, this is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, that we have the NEP, and also we have reforms that were undertaken. That's why we are cutting on public expenditure. We are restructuring the debt as we speak. We can't tell you who are, because some of these discussions one-to-one. As I've said, there are some banks, their rates were high, am I right? Some banks had invested more. Not only banks, so many players. There are some pension funds, insurance companies, you get it? We need to discuss with them one-to-one, because I think in banking, confidentiality is key. We'll be discussing each and every local investor and to see what can be done. But we will do it in a manner that doesn't affect the economy. We'll do it in a manner that no stakeholder should suffer, or the banks to suffer just because of restructuring. We'll do it in a manner that everyone at the end of the day is happy. I'm glad to report that I'm happy that some of the investors already expect a haircut. They know it, that there will be a haircut. Those are the people that we encourage, because they know the challenge that we have. So I'm sure you have noted that we are cutting expenditure. You have seen the measures that we have undertaken. We have also undertaken measures to improve on revenue through MRA. And also we'll be improving our collection on non-tax revenue. That is money that we get from institutions that collect revenue on our behalf, road traffic, immigration, MACRA, MERA, and others. We'll make sure that we collect as much as possible. We need to close the gap between expenditure and revenue. Because if you don't do it, there's no one who can address for us. I'm sure you're aware that now the world is moving from providing budgetary support to trade. They want us to trade more than to give us free money. I'm sure you're aware what the American government has done. They have pulled out most of the budget support we are getting. We have pulled out Millennium Challenge. they have pulled out all the projects under USAID, they have pulled out. Then where do we get the money? The UK government also has announced that they want to cut budgetary support or support to countries, and Malawi is included. So the only source of revenue is local. Only source is local. Let me now move to the budget formulation. The national budget will be anchored on the Malawi 2063 10-year implementation plan, MIP1, and the National Economic Recovery Plan, with continued prioritization of economic stabilization and investment in key productive sectors of agriculture, tourism, mining, manufacturing, and SMEs. But for this to be done, that's why you are here. Please give us your input. We are ready to take the input. The ST has said this is last for those that in a public like this, but we will be engaging. I think we have individual meetings with some institutions, some groups, like on Monday, I think we are meeting the youth, if I'm not mistaken. We are meeting the youth on Monday. We're also going to meet a number of stakeholders to make sure that we have wider consultation. Now, my request is this. When you are making your input, be specific. Don't give us general. We all know that there's no Forex. Don't tell us, get the Forex. Tell us where to get the Forex. You get it? Don't tell us, expenditure is high. Tell us how should we, in our view, what should we do to cut expenditure? And also make sure that your input is constructive, evidence-based. I'm glad we have professional bodies here. The chamber, we have auditors and accountants who are here. At times, I've always said, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, they are more specific. From what I've seen, normally they indicate that this tax is not helping us, this is what you expect. They will also make a specific proposal. So please don't give us general. If you give us general statements, then how do we be specific? And it will help us. And where possible, where we think that maybe we need to further engage you, we'll be inviting you to the ministry to discuss more. Because I want to have a budget that addresses our challenges, and it addresses the poverty and many challenges that our economy is going through. As the ST said, I don't want to say with these few remarks, I also say at this juncture, I would like to thank you for your cooperation and constructive engagement. We had very good meetings in Lilongwe and Blantyre. No, Lilongwe and Zuzu. We expect the same here. There will be presentations that will be made by my colleagues. Presentation from the Minister of Finance, just very brief. And those presentations, they are there for you just to know what is on the ground. You get it? So that when you are making your comments, you should know exactly what is on the ground. Also, presentations from the Reserve Bank, just to expound on what I've just said. We want you to give you that background. I also come in, where possible, to intervene, and also to add on what the technical people are saying. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Another big hand to the Honourable Minister, please. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for being specific and open enough to the officials here. The Minister has set the pace, and he's requesting official institutions to desist from facilitating illegal transactions. He's requesting us all to support the government to address the current economic challenges. Therefore, he has requested us to provide the constructive evidence-based inputs into the budget so that we fix the challenges to build our mother Malawi. As the minister has indicated, if you look at on the program, the next item is a presentation from the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization. That will be immediately followed by a presentation from Reserve Bank. At this point in time, may I request Madam S. Salima to come up front and give a presentation. Immediately, an official from Reserve Bank will continue with the presentation. Madam S. Salima.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, all protocols observed. As the Honorable Minister indicated, considering the subject matter, as a ministry we thought of doing a very brief presentation just to give you a picture on where we stand as an economy. That is the economic status of the economy. I will start, and then my colleague from the Reserve Bank will finish. It's a very brief presentation. So in terms of the outline of the presentation, we have an introduction, the GDP trends for the past 10 years, inflation, where we stand currently, revenue and expenditure performance for the past 10 years, and where we stand currently, public debt, stock, exports, imports, and exchange rate, that relationship, and the exchange rate, inflation, and public debt, and also lending rates versus the interest rate, lending rates, deposit rates, and interest rate spread for the selected SADC countries. And then we'll conclude. So in terms of growth, so in terms of introduction, we are saying over the past decade, the country has experienced recurring shocks, periods of modest recovery, and persistent structural vulnerabilities that will inform the formulation of the 26-27 national budget. In response, government has implemented various reforms. However, we are saying economic performance has been constrained by reduced growth, high inflation, high public debt, persistent fiscal deficits, and external imbalances. All these challenges underscore the need for government to make decisive shift towards a more resilient, productive, and self-sustaining growth. So moving on to the economic status when it comes to the real sector, that is the GDP growth rate. We have the graph there on your left, where the orange line, that's the targeted growth that we've wanted as an economy. It was 7% during the MGDS implementation, and then the other part section from 2020 to 6%. And then the blue line below there, that's the actual growth that as an economy we've managed to achieve over the past 10 years. So you agree with me, or you see from the graph that growth has been very volatile, and it clearly shows widening shortfalls, especially in 2020 and onwards, reflecting repeated shocks and structural constraints. Just to pick on 2 points, that is 2020 and 2022, you will notice that the growth was very volatile, going as low as 0.8% and also 0.9%. This is the period when, as a country or as globally, we were affected by the COVID-19, and the other reasons for that volatility is the climatic shocks and the macroeconomic instability. But what we would want to say here is that as a country, we have the potential to reach optimum growth targets, as witnessed in some of the years there, like for example in 2019 when we almost reached our target. And then moving forward, we are saying growth will reach 3.8% in 2026 and 4.9% in 2027 due to the current government reforms that are being implemented. And considering these prospects, we are saying we've already started seeing the impact on the economy. For example, as you can see the inflation there, we just targeted the past year just to show you the trend on inflation. And I'm sure most of you have seen this graph where the blue line is the national inflation, the red one is the food inflation, and the green one is the non-food inflation. So that's the trend. And the thing here which we want to mention is the downward trajectory that the food inflation has taken. It's currently standing at 26%. That is for December 2025. This represents 1.9% percentage points decline from the 27.9% recorded in November 2025. And you notice that usually during this period, this is what we consider the lean period, you would expect inflation to be going up. But this time around, due to the interventions, inflation is going down. And then just to emphasize the point, the food inflation declined to 26.5%, down from the 30.1% in November 2025. While non-food inflation rose to 25.2% from 24.2% over the period. Moving on the economic status, we have the fiscal performance there. On your left, you see the graph. We have the blue bar showing revenue, and then the orange bar showing expenditure. And then the gray one is the deficit. And then you see that over the past 10 years, we've always, almost every year, collected less than what we are spending. So what's going beyond the blue line there on the top part, that's the expenditure. That's the deficit. That's what you're seeing below the line there, the gray line. And this is what government has been borrowing over the years. And from 2015 to around 2019, 2020 there, it has averaged, the deficit was averaging around 5%, and then it started rising. In some years, of course, slowing down, but currently, as we stand here, it's around 10% of GDP. That's a minus. That's the borrowing. So we are saying the revenue inflows have been affected by several factors, including low tax compliance, limited enforcement of tax policy, reduced economic productivity, the large informal sector. You agree with me that as a country, we have a bigger informal sector than the formal one. Limited automation of payment systems, where Malawi is mainly a cash-based economy, and low disbursement of grants. So we thought we needed to list these reasons, these factors, so that they can also form part of the discussion here. How, as a country, can we move forward in order to boost our revenues and to be able to finance the budget, at least maybe moving forward without having to borrow? Because the more we are borrowing, the more we are increasing our debt. And that's what we would want to show you in the next graph. The deficit that we highlighted filters through to become debt for the country. And on the graph on your left, that's where you're seeing how our debt stock has risen over the past 10 years. Moving from around, was it 3% of trillion, 3.64 to be exact, in 2020 to around 22.4 trillion as of September 2025. So from the graph there, you see the blue line, that's the domestic debt, and the orange line, that's the external debt. So in the past years, from 2015, the external debt was higher than the domestic. But then around 2022, that's when we had the switch. Currently, we are talking of our domestic debt being higher than our external debt. And that's where the Honorable Minister was coming in with issues of restructuring our debt. And then we are saying the high debt level has exerted huge pressure on the budget. Currently, we have a huge interest obligation standing at 2.27 trillion in 2025-26. And you can compare that with the overall domestic revenue that we are collecting. It's around 3-point-something trillion. So apart from the debt, we also have wages and salaries, we have pensions. So you will notice that our statutory obligations are much higher than we would want them to be, thereby constraining the budget. So this is the last slide for me. I will now hand over to my colleague from the Reserve Bank of Malawi to take you through the monetary part of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, ST and the Governor, I will continue from where my friend has stopped by giving you developments in the external sector, particularly looking at exports, imports, as well as the exchange rate. So I have a graph that is showing those three variables. The red line is indicating how our imports have developed from 2015 to today. And then the blue line is showing developments in the export. And then we have the dashed line, which is indicating how our exchange rate has evolved over time. So I will start with the exchange rate. If you look at where we were in 2015, the exchange rate was around 600 Malawi kwacha per US dollar, and it's now around 1,750 per US dollar. Imports, which were around 2.2 billion US dollars in 2015, have grown to around 3.4 billion in 2025. And exports have remained flat around 1 billion US dollars. So the interesting story here is that we have been asked as authorities to look at exchange rate adjustments through devaluations. That has happened. It happened in 2022 by 25%, and then it happened again in 2023 by 44%. The argument then at that time was that You do a devaluation, you're going to gain or you're going to get competitive by boosting your exports. But in our case, it's not happening. Exports have remained flat, around 1 billion, from 2015 to today. Instead, our imports have progressively increased. So this is defying theory, basically signifying that there is something fundamentally wrong that we need to correct as an economy. That's the message I had for you on that chart. On the second graph, I'm showing developments in the exchange rate, inflation, as well as public debt. So I will start with inflation vis-a-vis the exchange rate. Again, I'll focus on 2022 and 2023, where we did an exchange rate adjustment. You will see that 2022 and 2023, when we adjusted the exchange rate, the inflation responded immediately. You see that the blue line there is the inflation, which is steep around that period, basically responding to the adjustment in the exchange rate. So that's an unintended consequence of adjusting the exchange rate. While we were looking at adjusting the exchange rate to boost exports, which we didn't achieve, instead we had a social cost coming through. Yes, come back. So we had a social cost coming through rising inflation. I'll proceed to talk about exchange rate versus public debt, but just to mention that the dynamics about public debt are as follows. Normally, public debt will rise because of new borrowing, both externally and domestically, but it will also rise because of the interest payments that the government has to bear because of borrowing. And then the other element is the exchange rate. So I will focus more on the exchange rate. So when you look at 2022, or starting from 2021 all through to 2025, you see that our external debt, which is indicated in blue there, it has risen. Yes, there has been new borrowing, concessional borrowing, but the other element that has contributed to this fact is that we adjusted the exchange rate. So you adjust the exchange rate, then you have an inherent risk because our debt is valued in kwacha. The exchange rate has moved. So in kwacha terms, our debt has also gone up because of that adjustment. Then my final chart is on lending rates. We have a challenge with this.
I think the best is to do this.
Do I want to? It's not showing. Yeah, that's my last chart. I think that's right. Yeah, it's fine. But okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I was saying my last slide is on the financial system, basically looking at the lending rates, deposit rates, and then the spread. I know the minister touched on this, but I want just to show you this graph that as of today, our lending rates are around 37% and our deposit rates are around 4%. That gives us a spread of 33%. When you look around the region, countries like Botswana, the lending rates are around 7%, with deposit rates at 2%, giving a spread of 4%. South Africa will be around that as well. So the challenge here is, if we're talking about SMEs to grow in this kind of interest rate environment, can we have our SMEs make any meaningful gain in this economy? Maybe the answer is in this room. Thank you so much. This is what I had to present to you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Another big hand to the two presenters. Thank you so much. We have listened to the two presentations, giving us the picture of the economy. But maybe the two presenters were very technical. I would like, therefore, to invite the Honorable Minister to cement the presentation and touch the key areas where the budget is looking at. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the technical people to be there, to sit there, so that I'm not disturbed? Can you take us to the first graph? I think there was the first graph by the Minister of Finance. I wanted to show you something which I was saying. I wanted to look at the. Is this working? Okay. Oh, okay. You can't see. I'm told you can't see it. The light is absorbed by the white in there. That's why. But I wanted just to show you. I don't want to. I want you to see the trend from 2016. 2016, the lowest point in 2020. We had about 2.5% GDP growth. And it kept on increasing up to 5.7 in 2019. It kept on, economic growth continued to grow during that period. But it dropped to its lowest in 2020. I'm sure you know, because of COVID, what happened, the disaster, everything stopped. We're there. I also want you to see what has happened from 2022 to 2024, up to even 2025. You have seen that, yes, there's been a growth, but quite minimal. I also want you to see the gap between what we budgeted for. The red line is our budget, what we announce. This is what the GDP that we project, the red line, against the actual. So you see that in most cases, we are far away from what we project. Now that speaks to the budgeting process, how we do the projections. So I take it that our colleagues, the technical people, I think we'll make sure that we, as much as possible, we are realistic in terms of what we project. Am I right? So that it must be closer to reality. That's what I wanted to mention there. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, there also you are seeing that, and the red line is food inflation. The blue is national, and the green is non-food. You find out that from September 2025, last year, there has been a downward trajectory where both, I think the food inflation has been coming down. And as we speak now, as the Director of Economic Affairs said, is coming down. And it will continue coming down because of a number of factors. One is because Inflation is also created by public debt. The more money we expend, the more money we create, money creation. So if you control expenditure, we're also controlling inflation, particularly non-food. And at the same time, the food is mostly maize. That's why, because we have enough maize in Malawi now, there are people that were keeping their maize, they have released that maize because they know they will lose the money. You get it? And also we have brought a lot of maize. A lot of maize. I'm sure by even when we reach March, we still have, even when people are harvesting, we still have the maize because it's a lot, 200,000. It will take us here, and it's too much maize that is there. So when I mentioned that the price of maize will be coming down, some are saying, no, it can't. Why should it be? Because our inflation is more influenced by food. And when I'm talking about food, I'm talking about maize. You address the issue of maize, you are addressing a number of issues. You're also addressing inflation, you get it? You're also addressing issue of importation, because now if we have enough maize this coming year, we're not going to import, and therefore we're going to save on foreign exchange. Am I right? Right? So that's the situation there. So when I'm saying that when we are projecting that the macroeconomic fundamentals will be right, is because what you see in that particular graph. And we thank God that this year the rains are good. It's our prayer that continues. If it continues, I'm saying this, when it continues, I know some people say 20,000 cannot be achieved. If it continues, the chances are very high. We want to go back when people are buying, going to buy a bag of maize at much less than 20%, 20,000 kwacha. It will be good for the economy. When I'm saying this, when I'm saying inflation is going to come down, other products also come down. Because people are saying, how can you say the bag of maize should be 20,000 and yet fertilizer remains? It will also come down. It will come down if we address the issue of the black market. If those that are importing fertilizer are importing using the official rate at 1,700, that will reflect in the price of fertilizer. Am I right? Even other commodities that we are importing, they will be reflected by that. So I wanted to just add further on this particular graph so that we understand what it means. What this means, that our inflation, both core is non-food, and headline inflation, which is food, inclusive of food, they are all coming down. And our prospects that it will continue going down. Can I go to the next one? On this graph, if you check from 2015 to 2019, 2020, take the red line only. It was almost stable. If you check that line, if you do straight line, there. And you see the gap between the red line and the blue. I hope we are together here. Starting from 2015, you see the gap is quite minimal. Okay? But starting from 2021 to 2022, I think number 4 from the end, number 4, you'll see that now the graph was steep. Expenditure was growing exponentially. Am I right? From 2021, 2022. It has been increasing. And the gap between the blue and the red has also been increasing. Hence, you go down there, I don't know what color is that. If you go down, the gray, that is gray, you find out that I think in 2022, the gap was wider, slightly better in 2023, But come 2024, 2025, you see that gray line going down is much, much higher, much, much longer. Meaning that in that particular fiscal year, 2024, 2025, our revenues almost stagnated or grew at a slower pace compared to expenditure. That's why I was saying we are here at 2024, 2025. We are there where we have huge debt with almost static revenues. So the question is, what is it that we do? So when we are saying that we need to make tough decisions, we want to address that gap. We want to address that gap. That's why we need your views. Don't tell us cut expenditure. Actually, that's what we want. And I'm preempting it, we want to cut expenditure. What we want to hear from you, how do we do it? Am I right? Don't tell us how you do, you have to increase revenue. We know that. But you should tell us you can increase revenue by making specific proposals for us to increase revenue. That's the kind of debate, a technical debate that we can have in this room, so that when you come here, we come more educated than we were before. Am I right? Let's go to the next one. There, I think you have domestic and external. There, I just wanted to illustrate that if you check, particularly in 2025, our debt, 65% of our debt is local, and 35% is foreign. Meaning that if you are only restructuring foreign debt, we are only restructuring 35% of our debt. So we are not resolving the problem. Because the problem also rests on the 65%. We need to address that. And how do we address that? We need your proposals. It's a challenge. When here, I know people, when they say, no, introduce this tax, everybody will say, no, you don't have to. Then we need to decide today, as Malawians, to remain at that level and make our lives difficult. And I'm sure all of us, our salaries, what we are getting, or disposable income, has more than halved. Okay, what you are buying now, I'm sure you are buying maybe half what your salary could have bought in 2020. Is that correct? Yeah. So when we're addressing this, we're addressing your challenge and a challenge that even the people in the village are there. So when you, in fact, we have, in some cases, we've had contradicting. People say, no, cut expenditure, cut expenditure. Then when it comes to now proposals, they will say, increase health, increase that. So how do we reconcile the two? So you need to be consistent even in the proposals. You can't say cut expenditure and at the same time tell us to increase expenditure. How can it be done? So that's the situation I think that we have here. We have more of domestic debt than local debt. This is where I need the support of our investors. Some have already made enough money. This is the time to plow back to the people. Because the money that we are spending, is public money. This is taxpayers' money. Can we plow back that money to the people that need it most? We need to provide services to the Malawians. Let's move to the next one. Here I wanted to demonstrate something. The correlation or the relationship between exchange rate and imports and the exchange rate with exports. If you check, I don't know, those who are operating, can you show me somewhere here where there's that kink? I think, I don't know where. No, go back. Can I point it? If you check here, here. This is where the devaluation in 2022 was. Am I right? If you go up, that's where you see that jump. You get it? That's where, that was the implication on imports. It means when we devalued the kwacha there, imports went up. Am I right? Then the other one was here, somewhere there. And when you look at that, also when we had, this is 2023 when we had the 44%. You also see imports going up. But the reverse was down on the terms of exports. You see that after devaluation, you see that line, after you see that exports went down. You see? Exports went down. And they have remained static. The exports have remained static despite the devaluation of the 24% or 25% in 2022 and 44% in 2023. The point I'm trying to say here, we have experts that are telling us devalue. So I'm telling you, yes, maybe you are right, but can you see that relationship there? You devalue, your imports go up, and your exports go down. In sure, some of us some of you and me that did the economics 101 tells us that when you devalue your currency, you make your exports cheaper and you export more. And then you make your imports costly. And therefore, you import less. But that's the reverse, contrary to what theory tells us. This is what is on the ground. But the point I'm trying to drive at, yes, a devaluation can be a solution, but it is not only the solution. A solution is not a panacea. It's not what can solve our problem. Actually, if you check, you find, I think the next graph, you will see that the more you devalue, I think it's not here. The more you devalue, you will see that the gap between the official and parallel widens, actually. The gap that was there when the currency was about, what was it? It was here. When it was, the gap that was there before the devaluation in 2024 was smaller. We devalued to 1751. The gap also widened. The issue here, we have other structural issues that we need to address. Why is it that when we devalue, our imports increase against our, because we have what I would call rigid imports, because we cannot change the amount of fuel we import. Am I right? It's static. We have fertilizers that we need to import. It's static. You have the medicines that we do, they are static. Hence, you devalue, you're only making your imports more expensive for you against the background where your exports are. So the point is, what we are saying ourselves, maybe we need to have a cocktail of measures that may or may not include exchange rate in order to address our challenges that we have. Last one. I think this one is related. This one now is showing, no, come back. This one is only showing that when you devalue, the red line there, actually you are making it worse because your inflation, the inflation is the blue line. This one. I mean, that's the, if you check those kinks there, is where the devaluation happened. You'll see that after you devalue, inflation goes up. That's why you see companies adjusting their prices, people announcing changes in price of sugar, beer and all that because of exchange rate. At the same time, when you devalue your public debt, specifically the foreign debt, if you devalue by 44%, your foreign debt increased by the same percentage. Because you pay, again is paying the borrower rate, you'll be paying at 1,751. That's what it shows there. There it shows the relationship between exchange rate, inflation, and public debt. Next one. The last one, and this one, I just wanted to say what I said earlier. Government, as we speak now, I was looking at I've told you about the bond, 32%. But lending rates in the banks, normally they charge lending rate, no, the policy rate, plus a margin 6%. And when you default, they have it's a 10% default. Those that have offer letters from the banks, I'm sure you will know that. A default rate is different. That's why you are hovering at 37%. What kind of business you do in Malawi, where you borrow, you have to pay from the profit you make, you have to pay 37% and still make more money. What kind of business is that? Maybe my colleague Kamanga, maybe the stock exchange, maybe. I'm not sure. You get it? It's too high. This now compares to the lending rate. Let's take Botswana. Botswana is what? 7.16? Is that correct? Yeah, so people in Botswana, they can borrow at 7.6. And you deposit your money, you get 2.83, leaving a gap or the spread of 4.3. Can you imagine in Malawi, you borrow at 7%, what will happen to the economy? I'm sure companies will be expanding. There will be a lot of manufacturing. There will be a lot of employment that will take place because there's now a cheap source of money. But what happens now, people cannot borrow. People have to go where they are safe. They buy treasury bills, treasury notes. That's the only safest investment that they do. You get it? So we want to address that. We want to address that because it's unsustainable. You get it? It's unsustainable. I'm saying this, I was there, I was a CEO, I know. But now I'm a Minister of Finance. What can I say? You get it? I have a different responsibility altogether. And then to address this gap, what has happened in other countries? I will just give you an example in South Africa. In order to address that, they have used what you call the anti-pyramid rule. Anti-pyramid rule says, if you borrow, and then if the loan becomes non-performing, you borrowed 1 million, and then down the line you are failing to pay. The moment it starts not performing, where you are failing to pay, the interest charge will never exceed the principal. Meaning that if you borrowed 1 million, the interest charge should never exceed the 1 million that you borrowed. But we're in a situation here where you can borrow 1 million, you can pay 50. You got it? There are those that have borrowed from banks, buy a house, eventually that house is taken because you can't afford it. You get it? You can't afford it because at that particular rate. At the same time, those that have money to deposit, you are depositing at 4.27 against inflation of 26%. So are you earning anything? Because you are getting a negative rate of return, meaning that actually you are not making money by depositing the money in the bank. You are losing money because prices of goods and services are going up, and your salary. When you get your deposit, you find that you will buy less what you would have bought yesterday. You got it? So this is the situation that we have. We have already addressing this. Those that have participated in treasury bills and we are fixing that. We make sure that you lend less to us at lower rates, and we'll push you back to invest to the manufacturing industry. You get the 4 sectors that we'll talk about. What we have, our key sectors is agriculture. We want to see banks investing more in agriculture. We want banks to lend more to mining, because now mining is I think is the game changer now. If you cannot do mining, then you have a challenge. We want more money to go to manufacturing, to tourism, and SMEs. And that's what we want to do. We need your support here. This is where tough decisions have to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. He has explained the presentation in our language now, not in the technical economic language, but we have understood the graphs beyond what we could see. Now, I think it informs our minds so that when we are making contributions, we should align our contributions to the explanation that the Minister has provided. Now, when you look at the agenda, it is time for the next presentation, and it is a presentation from the Malawi Confederation of Chambers of Commerce. May I invite Madame Deze Kambalame to give us a presentation.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Machola Manamveka MP, please allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been observed. I was wondering, Honorable Minister, as you were explaining, to say, are you trying to preempt my presentation? I've had a lot of discussions with our members and some here present, and a few interesting remarks that we heard. There was one member who asked me to say, yes, you're making a presentation, but do they listen? So I'm glad that you, in your presentation earlier, you said you are here to listen. And we'll also be watching on the issues that have been taken. But I'm also glad that you talked about the role that the private sector plays in developing any economy and the need for tough decisions and strategic decisions. We know that for our economy to grow, and I think everyone is well aware, and the presentations earlier have actually created a very realistic picture of where our economy is. And we know we have challenges. We cannot talk about expenditure because that's not our part. But my focus is really going to look at how do we grow our GDP. And some of the suggestions that we feel when you consider in the budget are going to make a difference. As we look at the earlier part, it's also just to look at some of the issues that have been affecting business operations and the environment. And I think this, everyone is well aware. And as we look at those challenges, we've actually indicated and seen that there is an opportunity. Because if we do not grow our private sector and our manufacturing, we are going to continue moving in the same vicious circle. And it is quite refreshing, Honorable Minister, for us in the engagement that we've had so far. And we are hoping that that will actually create a good space for us. Just as a quick summary, when we did our survey at the end of the year, last year, issues of monetary policy, low access to credit. I think you've already given the figures. You look at the lending to the public sector against what is going in the private sector. Money supply, high fiscal debt, low foreign exchange. Those were things that marred the economy, and most of the businesses actually reported operating below 70% capacity. Now, as an economy, we know we cannot grow if we are not growing our private sector base. So our expectations from this budget is really looking at how do we focus on growth orientation, create a dynamic landscape for investment, and also looking at economic stability. Already the policy direction has given, in a way, people confidence, and that's why I think, as you even alluded, you've seen some of the pricing stabilizing. And everyone's looking at that and drawing that confidence to say we hope that this trajectory is going to continue. And yes, we do also realize that we need to boost revenue collection. And we've seen some of the proposals that you've made, but others that we feel, yes, it is painful medicine that has to be taken. But maybe also let's continue to have conversations to look at how do we create opportunity for manufacturing to grow, and some of the services, especially in tourism and the other. There were a couple of suggestions on looking at how do we grow revenue. And one of the things that we thought has also been quite helpful has been the digitization effort, because that has also improved efficiency and ensuring that revenue is actually heard in the formal sector. And also really looking at how do we encourage formalization of the medium businesses as well. And the restructuring of state-owned enterprises to ensure that they are profitable models. I think during the consultations in Lilongwe, you talked a lot about Sunbird and others that are performing well, but also others that are not. And we know that by reversing that trend, that is also going to increase the revenue base for government. On looking at the agriculture sector, commercialization is really important, and we feel that these policies that really look at opening up opportunities for further investment in commercial agriculture is really important. And some we've made specific proposals on promoting the importation and also promoting irrigation, because this is also critical, because we've seen the impact that climate change has. Yes, we can continue hoping for good rains, but if we can be assured that we will be able to irrigate and be able to produce, that is actually going to be more effective. And whilst we talk about tax incentives, I think the key issue as well is also ensuring that the process of accessing that is actually clear and transparent to everyone. It should not just be for the privileged few that have relationships. And we've also been looking at enhancing local production of fertilizer, and also looking at enhancing soil fertility and reducing the dependence on chemical fertilizer as well. I think these are initiatives that can be encouraged, and we've seen that even with some of the byproducts from some of the manufacturers, this can be used to enhance and improve soil fertility. For the manufacturing sector, I think this is also core. Pharmaceutical is one area that we've talked about, and we think that we can really encourage local production. And I would want to also indicate here, Honourable Minister, that in our engagement with the Indian High Commission, we'll actually be hosting a business-to-business meeting in the second week of February as part of our contribution to have conversations on how we increase investment into the country, because we know that we cannot continue to rely on imports. And on fertilizer, as I indicated, that this is also something that we would want to look at, and look at how do we promote policies that increase domestic production. The wine industry is a growing industry in Malawi, but we find that domestic producers are subject to the same excise duties as imported wine. And as a result, that has actually reduce the incentive for people to go into it, and yet we also complain about just producing raw materials. And we have a lot of, our fruit industry is one that we can really also be proud of, but once the fruit goes to waste, we cannot process it into something. We've seen increase in production of banana wine and others. So this is an emerging industry that needs encouragement. There's also been an extension on the request for scrap metal not to be exported, because this actually provides for input for those that are producing in country. For bottling companies, the repercussions of the sewer charges actually also created unfavorable operating environment, and we see that there's now, in a way, more importation of drinks in plastic bottles, which actually also for the environment is not really positive. There was an increase on spirits and beverages, and yes, this was aimed to improve and actually increase revenue. But the unintended consequence was that we found that now there was cheaper liquor that was more dangerous for people, and it's now created a health problem. So we're now having people that are suffering from other elements because now they're now importing some liquor that was that is unsafe. I'll also just quickly go through. We have a paper that we'll be sharing with you, Honourable Minister, but I think these are some of the highlights. I think the one that we wanted to also indicate is some of the investments that we are losing out because of inflow of smuggled products from within the region. And I think one example that we have highlighted here is maheo, because it's a similar product within Mozambique and Malawi and Zambia. And because of our porous borders, we find that our domestic industry is actually suffering. But they buy from local producers, the local commercial growers in agriculture. So that in itself is also having a knock-on effect in reducing the market for others. Honourable Minister, you've talked about mining, and I think this is an area that we can actually also drive at, and would want to have further discussions on how do we incentivize private sector driven mining investment fund. There's a lot of cry that probably most of it is held with international organizations only and not local organizations. Yes, we have pension funds that have got resources, but maybe one fund operating on its own, they might not be able to really get considerable stock in such operations. But if we were to deliberately create a policy that encourages pooling of such resources to finance that fund, we could be able to buy such considerable stock and ensure that the benefits and the returns are actually enjoyed by Malawi. And that also would help to really drive the governance models and ensure that those benefits are also benefiting the country and local economies. In the tourism sector, this is something that I think, like someone once said, we have a gem. We have Lake Malawi and everyone knows it is a gem. But I think the way we sometimes structure our PPP programs, we assume magically things are just going to happen and they might not be really practical. So we'd really want to have a conversation to really look at how we structure our PPPs to ensure that we're really opening up this sector and promoting the different features that our country has. The stock exchange is one area that I think you've also highlighted and you've hinted on. But at the end of the day, even as reports are reporting that we've been doing well, it's only 16 companies. I think there's a lot of room for growth. This is my last slide. For contractors, I think we really need to encourage local growth. There was a presumptive withholding tax that was put of 10%, but if you actually talk to the manufacturing, the contractors, you see that yes, there's a lot of money that goes into construction, but if you look at the margins, it's actually also quite hindering, and it's even the delay in payments, and that's why probably you are seeing those hikes. And I think finally, there's one issue that really struggled with. And it was the proposal to reduce the supernormal profit threshold from 10 billion to 5 billion. Honorable Minister, this sends the wrong signals to investors, especially those that are looking to invest in Malawi, because we're saying to them, 5 billion kwacha is a super profit in Malawi. Now, if someone's looking at investing in the mining sector, they're already thinking this is a small economy. And we really need, especially for the manufacturing sector, I think we can create a deliberate effort to actually differentiate for those that are actually investing in creating product. And we know that, yes, probably if you're looking at services in the financial sector, because most of the borrowing is to government, yes, it makes sense because you're not really creating products for export and all that. But if we can really review that threshold to encourage reinvestment of profits into expansion, that will provide some sort of relief for the private sector. Thank you very much. That was my last slide.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO, for the Chambers of Commerce. You have really represented the industry in Malawi. At this point in time, allow me now to invite the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Malawi, through the President, Chartered Accountant Daniel Jere, to make a presentation. Sorry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, Honorable Joseph Matiola Manaveka MP. Allow me to ride on the observations already observed before in the interest of time, but do feel free, do feel recognized indeed wherever you're sitting. My presentation is about 15 pages long, but the good thing about presenting at this stage is that most of the issues have already been tackled by the area presenters. So we'll cover the introductory part, key tax policy concerns, broadening the tax base, capital markets and capital gains tax, SMEs and stock market development, PAYE reforms, the key issues, as well as the reform proposals that, as we are making. Also, we're making a plea that we consider introducing a sales tax as an alternative to VAT, other tax policy proposals, international tax and administration and strategic fiscal reforms, and we will conclude. This submission is based on benchmarking that was done and a lot of internal consultations within the Institute from the wider membership. And the details, we have prepared actually a very detailed presentation which we'll be sharing with the Ministry of Finance, and we would really like to engage them further because, as you said, you want specifics, and we have done that. And we believe that the devil is always in the detail, and therefore we want to delve into the details with the technical team. Our focus areas are to ensure that we have a fair and progressive tax system, and we reduce over-reliance on PAYE, as well as relying on too few people paying or contributing to this particular tax. Investment and SMEs growth and policy consistency that is aligned to the Malawi 2063 vision. The key issues that we note is that we have a narrow tax base, and PAYE is increasingly becoming a burden on former employees to the exclusion of many employees who are probably not in the formal sector. Excuse me. We also note that there are weak incentives, especially for the investment side, and the policy unpredictability and administrative challenges. We believe, Honourable Minister, that a simplified SME tax regime would do well for the economy, in that it might bring most of the business activity that is currently not well taxed using the current systems. We also believe that digital inclusion of the informal sector will help bring a lot of potential taxpayers who are currently outside the tax bracket. We believe that we would do well if we also adopt an education-first compliance approach. Currently, through your Honourable Minister, the experience is that where there is any tax issues, we are quick to take a punitive approach, even to those who are known to be very tax compliant. We also believe that it is in the best interest of this economy to introduce benefits for those who are indeed complying very well with the taxes, to improve the level of compliance as well as motivate others to do the same. On the capital markets and capital gains tax, we believe that it's high time now we had an independent capital gains tax regime in the Taxation Act. In fact, eventually, Chair, we should be looking at introducing perhaps a separate act dealing with capital gains tax. We note the indications included in the interim budget speech where CGT on listed securities was introduced, and we believe that perhaps it's not in the best longer-term interest of the economy, and that perhaps aligning it to what is attaining in the region, which is perhaps in the region of 10 to 15%, would do well. We also believe that taxing the full capital gain may not be in the very best interest of the economy. Most of the people that are investing in these securities, they're actually investing out of earnings that have already been taxed. So where we end up with the multiple taxation regimes where the same income is taxed at every stage, it actually restricts economic growth. We also believe that perhaps rebasing the asset values to December 2025 when it comes to the newly introduced CGT on listed equity investments or securities would be in the best interest of the investment community as well as the economy at large. Honourable Minister, for businesses that have invested largely in securities, this introduction of this tax has actually got serious ramifications with unintended heavy consequences in some cases. So, for instance, many companies will find themselves having to factor in an unplanned deferred tax liability, which would mean depressing the results that companies will be reporting in December, and that might have serious ramifications as well on the tax collections that government so desperately needs. We believe introduction, in fact, it should be reintroduction of a rollover tax relief for capital gains reinvested would do us well. We used to have this way in the past, but for some reason it was at some point taken out. But it's important that in the interest of capital preservation, investors be allowed a rollover relief where gains realized on a particular transactions are being reinvested in qualifying asset classes, because that will also help investors in their planning as well as effective portfolio balancing. At the moment, if we are going to just tax it at the point that the gain accrues without looking at whether the intention is to reinvest or not, we are reducing the amount that investors are keeping in the investment. We believe it's also important to maintain a zero capital gains tax regime for the AJAX companies or businesses, because this will indeed encourage continued participation or even new participation by other players. Incentives for SME formalization are also key to unlocking value for purposes of revenue generation by government. It will also assist in revenue collection from the current system. Preferential tax for newly listed companies, something that government may wish to consider. I am aware, Honorable Minister, that we are under pressure. You have made the case, but as we try to shore up the revenues, let's avoid eating the seed maize, as we will need to indeed have a harvest at a later date. We also need to encourage production of import substitutes through preferential excise taxes and other incentives. Indeed, Honorable Minister, it's embarrassing when we see some of the things that this country is producing. For many, like you and me, we grew up to taste the first delicacies this country has produced through locally manufactured firms. Our first tomato sauce, our first jam, first canned fruits were done by Mulanje factory in the old days. Today, we are even importing milk. It is simply unacceptable, Honorable Minister. When it comes to PAYE reform, key issues that we're looking at, Honorable Minister, include the inadequate tax-free threshold. We believe that at this point in time, we are really exposing those who are low earning at the moment. Realistic tax bands review are also necessary, because the tax bands currently don't reflect the economic reality on the ground. We're also seeing bracket creep due to inflation that has resulted, Honorable Minister, in people who are middle income earners being subjected to the marginal rate because of the collapsing of the bands. We also see declining disposable incomes and low tax morale, because at the end of the day, people are wondering, we pay the taxes, but we don't seem to enjoy the benefits of the taxes. So we think if we are to get to a point where we satisfice, we might get the best of both sides of the equation. In terms of our proposals, we believe increasing the tax-free threshold to 250,000 kwacha would be reflective of the current cost of living. We also believe we should introduce a 20% tax bracket and reinstate the 25% tax band. And this will enhance the progressivity of the tax system as it was intended. We make the case to scrap the 40% top marginal rate to improve on equity as well as enhance private investment. Honorable Minister, this country cannot develop if we take the attitude of resenting wealth or the wealthy. Because sometimes the high earners are the very people who are also indeed investing and helping the economy and also contributing to taxes. We have to find middle ground where we indeed create an environment where people are encouraged to work hard and do well in life. Otherwise, we might adopt an intended, Honorable Minister, a socialist view where we all want to be poor. The other proposed bans extensions are included in our comprehensive submission, which we'll be sharing with the Ministerial of Finance officials. We also make the case, Chair, that we should perhaps replace the current VAT with this sales tax to improve the compliance and invoice issuance. Other tax policy proposals, we believe we could improve on the administrative measures for faster VAT refunds, introduction of sales tax levies on e-services. This is where perhaps, Honorable Minister, there is greater value that government could tap into if we can work together to indeed explore possibilities of extracting revenue from that source without killing the industry. Last, Honorable Minister, I would want to talk about the pension funds. Pension funds are suffering from multiple taxes. You will observe, Honorable Minister, that pensions are contributed from after-tax earnings, and then the pension funds are also taxed on their investment income, and then we are also going ahead to tax the pension receipts on withdrawal or payment to beneficiaries, which is honestly taxing people to death. We must realize that the average person gets less than 20% of their final earnings at the time of retirement. So taxing them even more on that little last golden parachute is very inconsiderate, Minister. And we believe that our government is a considerate government that aims to improve the welfare of its citizens. Honorable Minister, I would also want to talk about the medium tax policy framework, because this would help to remove uncertainty that comes with annual changes to the tax regime. We also are advocating for introduction of a clean wage system, especially within government and public sector at large. We've noted that there is an intention to shift the burden for PAYE, sorry, not PAYE, but FBT, fringe benefit tax, from the employer to the employee. Two observations that the Institute makes. The first is that we wonder what problem government is trying to address, because that may not necessarily change the revenue it collects. But secondly, we know that this country has long adopted a policy of low wages and high benefits. What tends to happen now is that for people, especially in the public sector, where the wages tend to be on the lower side compared to the benefits, we are saying the fringe benefit tax arising on the hefty benefits they get will now be deducted from their low earnings. Most of them will probably go with zero pay. It needs to be carefully reconsidered. We also believe that strengthening the local government revenue systems is important, especially when it comes to the introduction of the CDF. At this point, the Institute shares the concerns by the head of state, who has at this point vetoed that bill, because honestly, without appropriate mechanism of safeguarding that money, will just be skyrocketing the fraud and corruption bill. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, we believe that Malawi will not tax its way into prosperity with higher taxes, but we need to create an environment that fosters investment and indeed wealth creation. Economic growth requires fair, efficient, and predictable tax policies that will promote production, investment, and above all, trust. Malawians are always looking forward to the benefit of paying taxes and not ending up losing their taxes to corruption without the culprits being held accountable. Honorable Minister, I'm walking a very tightrope on this one, because I do know it's a very sensitive topic, but we cannot tax the people of Malawi beyond what is reasonable, simply because we are paying for the sins of the past. When people that are known to have stolen money, embezzled public funds, go scot-free. That, we believe, is not equitable. And as we fight corruption, we have to start from there. People that are known to have carted away with wealth that belongs to the people of Malawi, we must find ways of getting that money back.
Consider winding up, sir.
Director of Ceremonies, this concludes my presentation. But my last words, Honorable Minister, are that we appreciate where you want to take this country to and the tough measures that need to be made. And as I come, we pledge to work with your government, and we want to engage with your ministry more than ever before. The one thing that we want to say is that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So let's make sure we consult each other very well, so that at the end of the day, we don't arrive in hell talking about our good intentions. We want to get to heaven no matter how we get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry. And another big hand to Mr. Jerry. I can assure the Institute of Chartered Accountants that the Minister has indicated that this is the last session in terms of group consultations, but there are further consultations with the specific institutions and the specific people to get deeper into these issues. So the Minister's door is always open so that we engage further on these issues. At this point in time, allow me therefore to invite Dr. Sunduzwayo Madise to make a presentation on behalf of the University of Malawi.
Let me recognize the Honorable Minister and your team, and let me also write on the protocols already observed. But let me just say that as a university, we're very proud to have you as our alumnus, Honorable Minister. And I can assure you, you've presented a masterclass in economics. If it was a thesis defense, would have given you a PhD without even thinking about it. I, for one, I now fully understand why our economy is where it is. Because I'm not an economist. So thank you, Honorable Minister, for that. You should consider doing a PhD, and I'm saying this sincerely. It was amazing. Thank you, sir. So we are presenting the position from the University of Malawi, but we'll also present something regarding the public universities and education. So this is our outline. We'll look at the education budget, the contributions to the budget by the university, adopting a subvention plan which we are proposing. The minister says we must be specific. And then the issue of seed money for investments, unlocking capital infrastructure, and then the current university models of funding and what we are proposing. Because we are aware that government is under has limited the fiscal space, and what can we do? So let me start by giving a slide that says that in terms of the budget for public universities versus the education budget, we are at 33%. But in terms of the education budget versus the gross national budget, we are at 10%. But this one has gone down. There was a time we were as high as 16%. And then there was a time we went as low as 5%. So this is an average over 10 years. Would wish that we went better, but we are also aware of the restraints that government does have. And whatever we do as public universities, as well as the University of Malawi, is that we align ourselves with national instruments, the National Education Policy, which looks at socio-economic development as key, and Malawi 2063, which puts essentially tertiary education as central to our ambition to become an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant industrial upper middle income country, and a vibrant knowledge-based economy. The idea being that human capital development is key for us to get where we want to go. So in terms of our contribution to the budget, we have the standard formula for subvention. Our view is that we should have a model that is based on student per capita and not just funding. And that maybe the budget should also consider seed money for bankable projects. Most of the universities, including UNIMA, we are now establishing holding companies, private companies, where we want to start commercially exploiting our research results. But we also have a lot of uncompleted infrastructure projects, and then they're thinking of a new model for financing. So let me just briefly go through this. Adopting a subvention formula, we are saying, let's look at 4 key issues. Student numbers, staff numbers, the programs, and then research. Let's factor in these so that when we are funding, we're not just funding abstractly. And on research, Honorable Minister, people have said a lot about researchers in the university. There's a lot of research going, but most of it is commissioned research. So in commissioned research, and most of it is external, the results go to the external funders. So we need a deliberate policy for government and the private sector to fund research within the universities. When we talk of seed money for investments, we look at renewable energy. We need to reduce our energy bills. We need to ensure that we have enough infrastructure to address the challenges that we have, including student accommodation. We're also thinking that we can contribute in terms of mining, so that we help in terms of the exploration as well as the extraction of resources, and also assist in agriculture. In terms of unlocking capital on infrastructure development, we have a lot of projects across the universities, the public universities. So we have construction that is at 100% finished, requiring furniture only. Then we have got other projects that are above 80%, a lot of it. The University of Malawi has a beautiful building that is almost at 97%. It has been at 97 for the last 1.5 years. We need to unlock that. But we also have construction projects like laboratories that are at 100%, only requiring equipment. We think that if you can unlock this, then you can monetize the results of these projects. So the current investor financing model is essentially at 66% is coming from, at least for the University of Malawi, is coming from government subvention. Tuition fee comes to 21%, and other income comes to 13%. Currently, the subvention from government is not enough to pay, for example, salaries for the University of Malawi. Current. There was a time it used to cover at least the salaries, remuneration. And on the issue of tuition fee, that's where we would wish to join with the minister on rethinking how we are financing the universities. So what is our proposed financing model? We must use the loans board. In other words, what we are saying is that the universities must adopt economic fees. We have noted that 49% of students that come to the public universities are coming from private institutions where they were paying fees of at least 3 million and above. They come to the universities, they're paying 650,000. Something is wrong with that. So our argument is, let's have economic fee for all universities. Currently at the University of Malawi, we are projecting that it costs us about 5 million to train one student a year. But once we adopt that, then we must make sure that instead of the government giving us money as subvention, the government must provide loans to the loans board. Then this money, the government will get it back. Provide loans to the loan board so that no student who is eligible should fail to come to the university. Then have proper eligibility screening. I've already said, students who are paying some of them were paying 15 million a year. They come to the University of Malawi, they are paying 650,000. Some of them are even applying and being given a government loan. So we need to ensure that we screen them properly. And then we must improve the loans recovery management system. So we have a problem in the universities, and we have not this at the University of Malawi. Just funding the universities themselves will not solve the problem. So we need to have adequate financing at all levels, primary and secondary. Because the challenges that are facing primary and secondary will get us at the university. As I can see the director is working for me, let me say thank you for your attention.
Very efficient. Before I give a notice of 2 minutes left, Doctor, you concluded the presentation. Thank you very much. A big hand to Dr. Sunzwa Madisa. Then we have the very final and last presentation to be made by the Bankers Association of Malawi through the Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Linus Mkungula. may I invite the CEO to come up front and give us a presentation. I would like also to inform everybody that the refreshments are ready in the other room behind. I may request that maybe we can just be walking slowly, just grabbing a cup, and we come and sit. We continue the discussions so that we manage our discussions within the 3 hours we had scheduled. May I request the CEO to proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Honorable Minister, Honorable Joseph Machola Mwanamveka, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning and Decentralization. Let me ride on the protocols already observed. We have a small presentation from the banking sector, and I will not go through each and every slide because most of the things have already been said. But just going through the presentations that have already been said, we are all looking at the same thing, the economic development of the country. So from the banking sector, we are looking at the productive sector. That's our proposition for the budget for 2026 and 2027, because we know that when we prioritize the manufacturing, exports, tourism, and everything else, the productive sector, then definitely this will give us the growth that is needed in the country. And the growth will actually give us the strategic national needs that we need in the country and respond to the revenue generation of the government. We had a number of key economic interventions in Malawi in 2025. We saw government committing to price stabilization and food security, boosting of local production, sector revitalization, and indeed fiscal discipline, which you have also emphasized here, Honorable Minister. So what we are saying from the banking sector is that if we are true to our word and if we walk our talk, then definitely implementation of the budgets shouldn't be a problem, because we'll have the gains that we have put in the budget. So why are we saying this? We know that if we have this, then definitely the banks will come in to support the structured markets. You will see that other crops, we don't have structured markets, and the banks don't go into them. We also need systematic farming. Yes, we have maize that is in the country, but how are we addressing the issue of sustainability? So we need systematic farming in the country that will also lead to financial inclusion. We have talked about financing bankable export-oriented projects. If we have the will as a country, then definitely we will drag the bags into this to actually finance the productive sectors. And then whatever we say in this room has to be realistic, and we look at the productivity, then forex generations. We know that most of the costs have gone up because we don't have forex in Malawi. So our contribution also goes to financial inclusion. We have an agenda as government of Malawi to make sure that the population is financially included. But we can't stay in the past. We need to digitalize everything. And most of the accessible tool for digitalization is the phone. But you would see that most of the phones in the country are actually expensive. Maybe we need to introduce some incentives so that we can reach every person from Nsanje to Chitipa. We can include them financially. And somebody has already talked about task incentives. We can also include tax incentives so that the financial sector can actually go into the rural areas. And in doing so, you will see that
the cashless campaign that we have can actually be achieved. I've already talked more about the productive sectors that we need deliberate policies. We need to continue with the economic symposiums, and banks are ready to support those bankable export-oriented projects. On taxation, we don't need to emphasize much. It has already been said, but just to say that taxes should be structured to ensure and encourage growth. At the 40% on the payee, for those people that have got 10 million and above income, we should also consider them because they are also contributing to the economic development of the country. Still on the taxation, on the part of the banks, we need clear definitions and consolidation in tax laws just to reduce compliance and confusion. And a special confusion actually comes from the banking business definition. We need such a definition so that we are on the same page when the auditors have come to the banks. And maybe we also need the banking services VAT items to be scheduled for clarity as well as consistency. We have a newly introduced tax on the 0.05% on bank transfers. On this one, banks, yes, have adopted it. We are in the process of finalizing, but the main issue is on the application. When we look at the transfers in the bank and we take the strict interpretation of the law, you would see that almost all bank transfers will be taxed. So we actually need clarity, and the risk is that the consumer will be paying a lot. On agriculture, people have already talked about that. But we are looking at the sustainability. Mechanization is key. Up to now, people are using hoes. So we can have the tools at low cost so that everybody would be able to farm. We are also encouraging climate smart agriculture from our side, as well as the research and extension services. They are there, but the population has grown, so we need more staff to teach our farmers how to do the better farming methods. I've already talked about the structured markets, but we are also looking at aggregation centers and warehouses so that the farmers do not have difficulties when they are taking their maize or other crops for sale. We are also looking at regional and international buyers that are ready for our farmers. If we consolidate all these, we will see that farming will indeed become business, even to a subsistence farmer. On the input access, we feel that if we go the route of universal fertilizer access, that would be better. We have tried the FISIP and everything else. Not everybody benefits, but universal fertilizer access will actually benefit everybody. In fact, we need to encourage manufacturing of fertilizer within Malawi. And on the part of the SMEs, certification process is a huge task. Maybe it can be simplified so that everybody enjoys it. And at the end of the day, banks are ready to provide financing to those productive areas. Fiscal discipline, Honorable, you have already said, but sometimes it's easy to talk, and we are here to witness the implementation of whatever you have said. And we believe that accountability is also an issue that we need to emphasize as government. On the issue of expenditure, we know that procurement is an issue, both in government as well as in the private sector.
If we are strict with procurement from government, I'm sure we can save a lot. And this can actually overflow to the private sector. We have seen, Daisy has already talked about tourism, but this is another potential area that can bring a lot of forex to Malawi. And in Malawi, there's something that we are lacking, especially that we are not as developed, or we are not matured in terms of tourism. So we need to fast track some of the infrastructures in Malawi, like airport upgrades, road rehabilitation, and digital booking platforms that can give us tax as well as the forex that we needed. We need to have improved signage, safety, and sanitation at key tourist sites. And when we are doing our infrastructure, we need to have quality, because at the end of the day, we do have costly repairs, and in the end, it's the consumer or the citizenry that is suffering, because money from the government has to be diverted to upgrade the roads. Thank you, Your Honorable.
Another big hand to the seal. We have therefore come to the end of our presentations. At this point, we have a number of questions that have been developed, which we need to respond to. And I will be inviting the Honorable Minister to go through the questions, to explain the questions to us, so that as we are making contributions from the floor, we should be responding to those questions. Honorable Minister, it's your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation that have been made. We really appreciate. For some of the presentation, we'll be engaging you further. We'll have a meeting with you so that we get more clarification on what you are saying. But now, after listening to the presentation, we still have questions that we still need to answer. We know what we need to do, and I think I've clearly indicated what is that we want to do. The question is, how should the government reduce expenditure and public debt? I'm asking this question because everyone has a stake that we need to do. Government, yes, fiscal discipline has to be done. We have to reduce the borrowing itself. But I think in my explanation on the why we are spending, I think there are a number of issues. Of course, one of them is the pressure points. I think we'll talk about the mandatory expenses, wages, salaries, and all that. That maybe you have little room to deal with that. So we are asking that question because we know that each one of us has a role to play. I will give an example. I've talked about promissory notes. I've talked about inflating projects. It's not government. Of course, maybe it's done in combination. But also you have a role to play so that when you are bidding for our projects, you bid properly, and you don't have to connive with our officers that we inflate on the projects. Am I right? Secondly, I'm just giving as examples, but there are so many contributions that can be made. For example, I've raised the issues of high interest rates by the banks. I'm glad the Bankers Association, you avoided that question, but we will have a further engagement on that. Because one of the reasons why our public debt is high is because of the interest that we are paying, and mainly to the local debt. What is it that we can do? And that's the question that we're asking there. And also maybe to explain on the issue of interest rates, I think maybe I just gave to only one scenario in South Africa, the Andupulam rule. I forgot also to mention that in other countries, to manage interest rates and also to manage the spread, others, like in Kenya, they introduced that the lending rate should never exceed the 91 treasury bill. I'm sure you may have gone through it. We can check. They capped the lending rate to a 91 treasury bill rate. In other countries, they have capped the difference between the lending and the deposit rates. The gap, they have fixed it. That you can't exceed that rate, as we normally do in foreign exchange. I think when you are buying and selling in foreign exchange, and there's a range that you are supposed to operate on. Is it something that we can look at? I'm asking this just to pose a question: what is it that we need to do to address our public expenditure? And also, what other measures can government explore to maximize revenue generation? I've heard little of that. I may confess, I thought I would get more ideas on how do we expand on that. I suppose that question: what is it that we need to do to expand? You have talked about widening the tax base. How do we do it? The other question is, what should the country do to generate more foreign exchange, to improve foreign reserves and balance of payments? Again, we all have a role to play. Foreign exchange today is not in the banks because everyone is looking for the black market rate. Surprisingly, I want to mention that even the senior members in government, when they have gone out, they have some balances, foreign exchange, they don't go to the bank, they still go to the black market rate. You get it? That's why we don't have foreign exchange in the banks. In addition, I think our banks, remember, or even MRA, everyone that is exporting, they fill CD1 form. Have you CD1 form? CD1 form. We have the private sector that have exported and the proceeds are not coming. We have a list. Actually, we have gone through a SCUDA. We now have a complete list of those that have exported and they are not paying, or the proceeds are not coming. It's not our money, it's our money. But we want the proceeds to come. That's one of the reasons why we don't have foreign exchange. Ironically, those that are holding foreign exchange outside, some people that are complaining that Malawi doesn't have foreign exchange. So I'm asking the question, what is what we need to do to improve on foreign exchange? We need to deal with that question. I've talked about the transfer that are happening within the, what we call the money transfer operators. I mentioned that. There's a lot that's happening. And unfortunately, some of it is being facilitated by financial institutions, which we need to address. So I'm asking that question. The fourth question, how can the country improve its productive capacity to increase exports and reduce imports? On this one, I want to come to the presentation that the chamber has mentioned. On pipes, for example, I'll just as an example, pipes. You have said in order to promote local production, we should reduce. Am I right? But there's another way of doing it without us losing revenue. Or discourage the importation, or to reduce competition for our local products. You get it? Yeah. It can also be done by not only removing, but at the same time discouraging the importation, either through excise tax or through surcharges and all that. I just want to give you a scenario that it's not only one way, there are different ways of encouraging the same. The other question, what should we do to reduce interest rates? Spread. All of us, some of us will participate in treasury bills, in the promissory notes. And some of us were even negotiating on promissory notes. There also we need to find a way. Similarly, as I've said, we all have a role to play to make sure that we invest in our resources to the private sector. I want to pose a question to the Bankers Association. In other countries, in order to move, because the banks are mostly investing in these instruments, in other countries they have what called the prudential guidelines. It's prudential guidelines. Prudential guidelines, where they will specify, like in our case, because we are agreeing that we need to invest more in agriculture, in mining, tourism, manufacturing. What others have done in other countries to have a certain percentage in our portfolio, a percentage that should go to agriculture, a percentage that should go to tourism, a percentage that should go to other sectors. That's what other countries have done. But here, you can decide to invest anywhere. You can decide actually the entire portfolio to invest in bonds and treasury bills. Similarly, pension funds in other countries, mostly they are investing in infrastructure. And I'm sure colleagues will know that in South Africa, for example, or Zimbabwe, the infrastructure that you see in South Africa or Zimbabwe is by pension funds and cooperatives. Because in those countries, they have specified that a certain portion of your investment, after all, pension funds are long-term money. You need to invest more on infrastructure, either on PPPs. But if you concentrate on buying treasury bills, you are not helping us. Of course, you are helping us to get the money, but the economy, you are not helping the economy. Because we want you to invest more money in those particular sectors that we have mentioned. So I think we want to engage the Bankers Association. I think we'll be calling you, the governor. How do we move from treasury bills to infrastructure, to the Ministry of to agriculture, to tourism? Because I think the status quo cannot remain. Something has to be done so that we encourage you to invest more there. On the stock exchange, I'm quite mindful that we are not worried there because the money that you give is used by the private sector, right? The companies. So when you raise money there, it goes to production and all that. When you have shares in the company, that means you are participating, you are putting your money to invest more in those particular companies. The other issue I wanted to explain is on CDF. I just wanted to mention what our president, what he wants is transparency and accountability. That's why he has rejected the revision of the, the appealing of the Constitution, and also the new. What he wants is, to him it doesn't matter who is in charge. It's not the MP or the councillor. What he wants at the end of the day, that the money goes to the people in the village, in the constituencies, and that the constituencies should be able to track down how much they have received, how much has been used, and so that we minimize wastage. And he wants to move money from Capitol Hill to the rural area. I thought that's a good thing. But maybe the issue is we need to discuss, I'm sure I will be consulting some of you, because we have been tasked to come up with guidelines. How do you ensure that that money that goes to the district councils, to the constituencies, there's value for money, and that it benefits the people in the rural areas. I wanted to mention that. So if you have any ideas how that can be achieved, I would like to, I think, welcome you so that we have that discussion. The other issue that I wanted also to comment, or my question to the University of Malawi, Professor. My question is, why is it that the private investors are able to stand on their own? Why is it the investors, I'm giving an example like CU, Matitemi, and others, they don't get subvention anywhere. Am I right? They don't get any subvention. And yet, from your presentation, at least you get 66% of your money or revenue from government. Look at it. And yet also, some of the infrastructure, I mean, we are doing it in the university, which you are aware of. So why is it that, as you speak now, we have said we are failing even to pay your salaries. We are failing to pay even your pensions. Is it possible that we should see or come up with a model like what you have said? Look at it. Let those that can afford, particularly those who have said 49% of the people that join the university, almost half are coming from the private sector. Can you imagine all those if they are to pay what they were paying in the private schools? The change that will happen. And also those that cannot afford, they will pay full value, but we will, as you said, we will subsidize them or give them the money through the loans board. So we're not only asking the university for you to get more money, we're saying, is there a possibility that you can stand on your own? I'm only asking the question. Similarly, in the Ministry of Health, I've also asked that question. Why is it that all of us that are here on MASIM, we are on different schemes, but then when we want to go to our public hospitals, Queens, Kamuzu Central Hospital, Zeus Hospital, we want to go there for free. For free. As I said, I happened to go to Queens. I wanted to see those that are, and they have to, there's people that requires either the RS machine, okay? Others have to go through MRI. Most of them, I can assure you, the executives. And yet the people in the village cannot access it. The preference is also being given to us. And yet we have the capacity to go to my ward. We have the capacity to go to Seventh-day Adventist. We have the capacity to even fly out of the country to get treatment. What is it that we need to do to isolate those that can afford? So that they have to pay if they go there. Maybe we have the good equipment. Yes, but we have that equipment, then you need to go and pay full amount because you have the capacity to do so. So like the university, we want also to see how best we can do it, because I can assure you our hospitals are congested. Our hospitals do not have equipment. That's why you saw us maybe going around to ask for us to have the new hospitals, like Blantyre this hospital, because if you go to Queens, I mean, you cry. You go to cancer department for the children, for the women, you cry. Something had to be done. I think those are the equations I had, and I hope as we are living here, and that question still remains, I will need your support. I've understood, I think the discussion or the presentation by Institute of Chartered Accountants, I think we need to appreciate what we have done. We have been specific. In some cases, we want to have further discussion, because others were saying no capital gains tax. But I'm glad you are saying at least reduce it. And that's what I got from here. Maybe 15 or thereabouts. You get it? So have a further engagement. I know we have other meetings this afternoon to discuss this, but I like what you have said because it's already prevailing within the region. And the rest, I think I've done the questions. I don't have to say much. But I think the last one was on bank transfers and the digitalization that the Bankers Association mentioned. Actually, our rate of 0.05% for bank transfers is much, much smaller than what banks charge. Quite small, 0.0 something. And we need your support to implement that. And the area we do that, the better. Because I think we are working on the principle that those that earn more, they should contribute more. We don't want to squeeze the very poor people that we want to protect. That's the principle that we are. Those that make more money, they also have to contribute more. Hence the 40%. I hope you have compared even the what we call this corporate tax in the UK. I'm sure those of you know corporate tax, what it is in the UK. And the other one is on digitalization. We have decided that no checks. No checks. We want all payments should be through electronic transfers. I'm aware that some members of the Bankers Association are saying no, and yet you want to move electronic. How do you move electronic if you are using checks? Because people are using the money that you see, the money supply is huge, is because of the cash that people withdraw from the banks. You get it? No one can take a check and pay for Forex. You know not. They'll have to go there and pay cash for them to get the Forex at black market. Am I right? So we want to curtail that. So no checks. No checks. We want you to transfer. You can even transfer money on your phone. Very convenient. You can do that at home. So we want that, among other measures that we want to do. And for your information, some of us, if you are to move to remove this black market rate, we can do it overnight, but we're only cautious because of the consequences. I can easily tomorrow I can say there will be no kwacha that you can use to go to black market. Some of you are aware what happened in India and others. Tomorrow I can say I'm withdrawing 5,000, the 2,000, and if you have money in your house, bring it to the bank, we'll exchange. We'll exchange, but we'll exchange by giving it to your deposit account, or not to give you the cash. What will happen? Who will go to the black market? Because you have no cash if you have to draw that. But I'm aware also the ramification of that. But what I'm saying, we have no short of answers as to how to address the money supply. But we have to weigh the pros and cons of doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for explaining the questions and the Ministry's expectations on the contributions of the people. At this point in time, we have an opportunity now to make comments, to make our submissions, or to ask questions, especially those that didn't have an opportunity to speak. Therefore, I have the humble duty to invite the Secretary to the Treasury, Dr. Cliffy Chiunda, to take this part of managing the questions and managing the responses.
Once again, good afternoon. I think a big hand for the Honourable Minister. He has tried his best to respond to some of the issues that have been raised here. And furthermore to that, he has given us questions which are meant to provoke our minds to start thinking differently. Because to say the truth, our country needs a different approach in terms of looking at things so that we can make a difference, move forward, grow the economy for the benefit of our people. I think this is all that we need going forward. So thank you, Honorable Minister. There were presentations by the Minister of Finance earlier on, the Reserve Bank, and also from MCCI, ICAM, UNIMA, BAM. These were very rich, presentations. And going furthermore, I think we are now thinking, differently, as it were, on various topical issues that have been raised during the presentations. And the beauty about it is that in certain cases as well, there were even solutions to a certain extent. And for Minister of Finance going forward in finalizing the budget, we'll be picking on those particular issues so that we can perfect, the budget going forward. And I would like to even ask for those who made the presentations as well to deposit those presentations with our secretariat so that we can review them, scrutinize them even further, and if need be, even create more platforms to discuss even furthermore so that we can perfect our national budget, the 2026-27 budget going forward. So at this juncture now, we have about 30 minutes or so, whereby we will have to get, our questions from the floor, comments, any issue you want to say on the presentations, on how you want the budget to move forward. The floor is now open, and I will be very, very strict on time. We really need to be specific on our questions, and we should not take much more time. And I think let us all desist from bringing a horde of questions, maybe 4 questions, one person. Let us limit ourselves maybe to 1 or 2 questions, and then we allow the other colleagues to also, contribute in their questions in that kind of order. I will also be a little bit gender sensitive. In Lilongwe, in Mzuzu, very few women contributed. Do we have a lady on the floor to start with? Yes, there's that lady. And then this gentleman here. I'll go to this side, that gentleman over that corner, in that order. Madam, can we have the floor?
Thank you so much. I'm Benedetta Maeri. I'm a professional. I would like to contribute some suggestions for the budgeting purposes for consideration through the Honourable Minister of Finance. The first suggestion is...
Possibly you should spell your name and the institution you are representing.
Okay, I'm Benedetta Maeri. I'm representing myself as a professional. Thank you. Government should consider seriously curbing smuggling of raw materials, agricultural products into and outside the country. This is affecting revenue of in the collection of taxes. Therefore, with our porous borders, government loses on taxes. And also, government should consider another issue whereby residential houses are also considered as commercial properties. Reputable organizations are renting out houses instead of going into commercial properties, and thereby government loses also on taxes in investors who have invested in property in commercial areas. Government should consider exporting skills like consultancy services, research, training, culture, and also government should seriously consider in the parastatals and also departments using more of digital services and coming up with products that are e-based. For example, we can consider in the Ministry of Tourism, we can consider e-tourism, we can consider e-tertiary education, we can consider e-preventive health. In terms of cost reduction, also government should consider cost reduction in its operations, thereby generating more money to be used in budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentleman on my left.
I am Brian Kampanje. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. I would like government to prioritize non-tax revenue, which when I read the mid-year budget review statement, it was only 42.6 billion. But government can raise substantial revenue if it can dispose some of its assets. I'm looking at FDH Bank, where government owns 4.75%. If it disposes that today, it can raise about 200 billion. And if 200 billion is included in the next fiscal year, 2026-2027, it would go a long way to do a lot of things. I'm thinking also of disposing Malawi Stock Exchange and the National Integrated Technology Limited. They are held under trust or some other things, which government is not earning anything at all. So maybe this is the best time to do that. I'm also looking at loans which corporations or corporates are owning government, which have not been enforced. There maybe could be over 100 billion. So on the tax revenue alone, if I could look at it, maybe government can easily raise 500 billion in the 2026-2027 financial year, fiscal year, which is substantial. If the government can sell some of its shares in the mining companies, because it owns 10 to 15% in the view of the Mines and Minerals Act 2023, then even $1 trillion can come out from there. Some people might say maybe it's a dream, but that is the reality. Now, you have asked a good question, Honorable Minister. How can we raise forex? We have got carbon trading. Unfortunately, there's nothing which is discussed about carbon trading which I see to be conclusive. But we are told there are a lot of millions of dollars Malawi is earning. We need to capture on that. There is an issue of export of our commodities. Every day, trucks are going out of this country with groundnuts, with the soya beans. They are passing through the borders, but they don't have CD1, custom declaration forms. And we are losing on forex because the earnings are not coming, but also on the export duty. Now, there's another thing which we need to look at: grants. We are good at soliciting grants, but we are not doing well on the completion of projects, such that a substantial amount of money goes back to the financiers. What can we do to ensure that projects are completed in time? And for those officers who fail to complete projects in time, what should be the repercussions for that? Because when projects are not completed and money is gone, Malawi loses its money. Now, there's an issue of the Shire Valley Transformation Project. It's a project which is over $500 million. We should seriously think about it. What will be the investment appraisal?
Can we be winding up?
Yes. We should be thinking about that. Now, fuel. We need to think about Shire Valley Transformation Project in terms of ethanol production to ensure that we could achieve the 20/80 blending ratio. If we could do that, we could substantially reduce the fuel bill. Lastly, The fertilizer, we are told the two companies, one is starting production in this month, Rudivet, another one by Mr. Zombe would be doing it shortly. But do we have got the Malawi Fertilizer Regulatory Authority to authenticate that? Because they might invest and then we find out that whatever they have invested goes to waste. Sorry, I like talking, but I have to stop. Thank you.
I can see that. Thank you very much. And then the last one on my left.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. My name is Kelvin Chifunda, representing Malawi Congress of Trade Unions. My first observation or comment is on the pay tax. We would like to propose the reduction of pay from 30% to 25% and increase the tax-free band to 300,000 kwacha. We would also like to propose the formalization of the informal sector, looking at the huge informal sector that we have in the country, and we believe that if this is formalized, it would feed into the economy of the country through several taxes. We would also like to ask the ministry to remove tax on the severance pay for employees that have been declared redundant, taking into consideration that they have already been paying taxes from their salaries, and this is their last pay as a redundant employee taking home for his or her living. So I would like to ask the ministry to remove tax on that one. We would also like finally to ask, being the most worker represented organization in the country, we have done research in the region and beyond. We have discovered that in other countries, trade union federations in those countries are supported from the national budget, and would like the ministry to consider a small subvention to the Malawi Congress of Trade Unions for its survival, because when things go worse on when there are strikes, the government always comes to MCTU to talk to the employers and the employees in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is our first round of questions. Key things have been raised, commented on. I think starting from the lady on my left, indeed, I think the issue of smuggling is real, but the government is taking a serious position on that through MRA, through other security agencies, to make sure that more especially smuggling of things like tobacco and so forth, even smuggling in other illicit products as well, is very, very sensitive to the country. And I do know that government is taking a position on that to make sure that we enforce our security agencies along the border. Exporting skills, I totally agree. We need, I think, going forward, to start thinking of how best we can export our skilled, personnel, more especially the youth, other than just export people to go as Gachola, Zipaso, and so forth, Minda, and so forth. I think we are looking into that. Definitely, we've been engaging with Minister of Labor on this, and it's an important and serious issue. We've taken note of that. Only from Mr. Brian Kapanje, carbon trading or sequencing, carbon market. Indeed, this is a very important, aspect that we are losing. And definitely, I think as government, I know the Minister of Natural Resources is seriously on the ground, discussing with various, cooperating partners. Because what we see that I think what is lacking to our people especially is information. Others are doing it, but not to that extent we would have loved. But as a country, definitely I think we need to take a very big position, a very strategic position, as it were, in carbon marketing. And we do know that I think we can benefit quite a lot. And already this morning we were discussing with the World Bank. They are on the ground as well to assist us in terms of capacitating ourselves, providing the necessary information for our people to participate and benefit. You also raised, I think, the issue about some of the projects are not moving quickly. Indeed, I think the minister here has been on the ground talking to ministries, to make sure that some of their, not some, all their projects, the key projects, must be moving on. And we do realize that some of the big projects that have not been moving quickly is the Shire Valley irrigation. And the ministry, through the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Decentralization, we have engaged all the PIUs that are managing very strategic, large projects to make sure that, they start moving. Because these projects are locking up the much needed forex, for instance, that we will require. And already I think we've seen some positive movements to that effect. But it's a big issue, and we've taken note. Going forward, definitely I think we'll be working with MDAs to make sure that our projects are moving on the ground. And I think on the last question, I don't know, as a government, we are trying to move away from subsidizing government entities and institutions. Yes, to start now subventing MCTU, it's a very tall order, big issue. But we've heard you, and it's something that we'll look at. But I don't guarantee that would be the best way of moving forward. Now we are trying to win out some of these institutions to move away from government systems. I don't know whether, Honourable Minister, you want to add anything?
Thank you, ST, for those responses from the questions that have been raised. I just wanted to comment is to Bernadette Maire for the comments you have made with regard to finding ways of mobilizing resources. And I assume that our team has looked at that, and we'll take it from there. On the issue that was raised by Mr. Kambanje, I think the ST has answered some of the questions. I think what we have raised are very important issues, but there's one thing I wanted to mention, that we have very few performing SOEs. Actually, almost all our SOEs are almost dying by the day. You know the institutions. The few that we have are mostly the regulatory institutions. We only have those institutions like MACRA, Malawi Gaming Board, MRI, MERA, and perhaps the Reserve Bank. The rest are non-performing. The only few institutions that we have, one of them, institutions, is the actual Sunbet, where we are sitting today. And the 4 or 5% we have mentioned at FDH. So I want to ask you a question. If you have a portfolio of investment, you have where you are getting a return, and that's where you're making a loss. Do you move away where you're making money and you still remain with the underperforming? I'm asking this at a micro level, as even as an individual. Would you make that decision? Would you remain with the poor performing companies and sell out those? Because yes, we will raise money initially, it will be once. Once. So I think the answer that I've given before will maintain those institutions that are making money for us, including Sunbed. I know there are some that wants to invest in this industry, tourism industry. We encourage them to go greenfield, and then we'll give them incentives to do so. Not to ride on the what we have already done. I know a number of people are interested in this Sunbed because it's doing well. In the past, no one wanted it. Now it's like they're doing well, everyone wants us to sell or not sell. And then, because if you sell the performing companies and leave yourselves with the situation that you know, then we're not prudent. We're not prudent. On the same, actually, we'll be putting to task the chief executive of parastatals. Why are they there? We have seen institutions where, if you look at their balance sheets, the assets are going down over the period. But let's look at their lifestyle. Let's look at their salaries, the benefits. Huge. So I think starting from this year, we have called, now that we have boards, we have called the chief executives, we have called the chairpersons of the board, that they need to go and ask a question to their CEOs. Why should they continue to be in that position? Why should we? Some of us were in the private sector. Our contract was specific. You have to achieve this. For you to get your contract renewed, you have to you have to demonstrate. Otherwise, you are out. But in government, that doesn't happen. So that's what I want to answer on that one. But otherwise, your comments are very productive. I'm sure we'll go to take into account what you have just said. Now coming to Malawi Congress of Trade Union, I agree with you that perhaps we need to look at the pay and other taxes. But I want to say, as I've said before, we are in a very unique situation today. We can remove all the taxes and remain where we are, or even get worse. Is it that we want? But perhaps what I would ask the Malawi Congress of Trade Union, have you thought of the minimum wage? What is your people getting out there? Because most of the people that are not really, maybe a few institutions, but the rest that are working shops and whatever, some of them salaries 80,000, 100,000. If you convert into dollars, maybe it's about $30 or so. Have you considered to fight for your people for the minimum wage? Have you asked for the private sector, not only government, the private sector to pay good salaries? I thought those are the questions that you asked and asked. But in terms of us looking at us, I want to assure you we are not happy to be imposing these taxes. But what pleases us is that, I don't know whether you have done the computation of the payee that we have. Our computation shows that those that are receiving 500,000 and below, actually they are paying less tax today than last time. I'm sure maybe MRI would want to demonstrate at some point. Those that were getting 50,000, am I right, Mr. Kandiwo? We computed those that are getting less than 500,000. They are paying less tax today than they were before, and we can demonstrate that. In other words, we have cushioned the low-paid civil servants. I actually have asked the civil servants to understand this. By doing what we are doing, actually we will receive more money from the private sector than government. In other words, actually we will raise more money from the private sector for the civil servant to be happy, because there are more employees in the private sector than in government. So we'll raise more money there for the civil servant to be happy. But perhaps we haven't done our homework to educate what we are trying to do and the implication of the measures that we have undertaken. So I would want to agree with you, Yes, we want to remove those taxes, and we will try to do that. But what I'm also saying, there are other areas also that you can protect the workers, i.e., looking at the minimum wage, or even fighting for better salaries. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me have the second round of questions. I can see that there are now so many hands up. Yes, we can start with you, sir. And then yourself and him. And possibly the lady there and the gentleman there. About 5 questions. After this, we're going to go into the third round of questions and then we'll wind it up. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Mike Mlomba, representing IBAM. I want just a suggestion or a question in terms of government to minimize expenditures. Is it possible that in 5 years you can put temporary physical discipline, that all ministers, even other directors, can start using small vehicles like Fortuners, double cabins, and Toyota Corollas? Because if you go to Capitol Hill, one, you wonder as if you are in Japan, the vehicles which are there. So that maybe you can put auction on all these big vehicles and the people can buy, and the government can also get revenue, as well as fuel allocation can be reduced for 5 years, temporary measures. In other countries have done this, in Zambia, and even if you go to South Africa, some people who are working in government, you see the vehicles they are using, not in Malawi. So if many other people have got their own big vehicles, they can start using their own personal vehicles. But these big vehicles, I think, also contribute big expenditure to the government. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Master Dick Symphony, a lecturer at Malawi School of Government. The first one, he has already tackled part of it, and I did some calculations. Just in 3 years, we'll be able to save about 218 billion Malawi kwacha. I understand why that contract was introduced based on new public management, but have they performed as the minister was complaining? They're not performing. So why give them such lucrative benefits? In other countries, they are given loans when they are appointed. Just like our members of parliament, they're given loans. I will not dwell much on that one. The second one is maintenance of vehicles. You go to Capitol Hill, our district councils, you go to various offices, vehicles are just being dilapidated. They are not maintained properly. Why don't we enhance the PVHE currently, that they be maintaining these vehicles at district level? The houses in district councils and even in other areas, they are also getting worse and worse. They are not being maintained. Why not dispose them off or sell them? But when selling, not just to a few privileged, as Mrs. Kambemetore said, because usually when we dispose them off, it's just a few selected that they benefit from them. But if we can do it in a transparent and an accountable manner, government interventions, as the minister said, tough decisions, austerity measures, policy change. I think these are the things which can help us. For example, some of the austerity measures we can do is raise taxes on goods which are imported outside Malawi. There are certain things which we produce locally. For example, we have universal industry, they make biscuits, soft drinks. This is the trajectory that many countries are doing. For example, USA, where they say, let's make America great again. They're raising taxes on issues which they can produce locally. It's a tough decision, I know, but it will be able to improve our economy.
Thank you very much. Yes, the next person.
Yeah, I'm Eric Trinta. I have got 2 cups.
Oh, no. It's this gentleman here.
So I'll be next.
Hello. I've just been told that we need to stand. My name is Dr. Fanuel Kenalabokosi. I am here representing my 4 children. Let me start by commending the Honorable Minister for a good presentation. I make no apologies for people being taxed, especially banks. So thank you very much. We need more revenue. I will do my comments on 3 areas. Number 1, how should government reduce expenditure and public debt? Honorable Minister, I want to disagree with you. Government should not reduce expenditure. It should not. This country needs to spend more. The question is, where should we spend the money? Where should we spend the money? We should focus on efficiencies, allocation, prioritization, and reduce leakages. I know you want to reduce the gap between expenditure and revenue, but I think I want to engage with you on more ways rather than reducing expenditure. If we reduce expenditure without reducing the leakages, without dealing with efficiencies, we will reduce expenditure for the poorest, and the rich and the CEOs, as you said, will continue to get the bigger share of it. So I think that question of reducing expenditure, I do not agree on behalf of my children. The second part I want to talk to you about, Honorable Minister, is on how do you raise forex. I have had the privilege of working outside this country since 2001. I hold an FCD account since 2010. There are a lot of things that I've engaged, and I think the governor of the Reserve Bank, we need to engage. There is a lot of things that we can do on how we harness the diaspora. I have had friends in this country who have closed their accounts here in this country because of some of the policies. And there are small things that we can do to enhance that. The only reason I haven't closed my account was when I lived in Zimbabwe. One day President Mugabe woke up and all my forex was gone. I said, at least I can keep my Malawian because I'm a Malawian. But I want to engage with the Reserve Bank governor on how we can do that. The third element I want to talk about is improve productive capacity. Honorable Minister, we need a mindset. I'll give you an example. You said this meeting is starting at 9. We were here. By 8:50, the Secretariat was not ready. That's our attitude. As a country, we cannot improve like that. I have counted several times. I live in Ndeka when I'm in Malawi. I have counted 30 traffic officers from Ndeka to Zarewa roundabout. The question I ask is, are the resources, the human resources, being allocated to the right productive sectors? I drive on Blantyre-Lilongwe Road. On the 4th of January, me and my kids did an exercise when we were going to Lilongwe. We counted 17 vehicles in 4 hours that had their tires punctured and they were on the side of the road between Blantyre and Lilongwe. This is our lifeline in terms of productivity. What are we doing to maintain us? We know every year the roads are going to be fixed, the rains are coming. Those are the things we need to change, Honorable Minister. And on the other ones, I have written submissions that I'm willing to engage, but do not reduce expenditure. Fire those that are not performing. I made an application for electricity in September. On the 5th of January, I called. They have not even come to take a quotation for me to have electricity connected. That's the attitude we have in this country. And if it does not change, all these measures will not go anywhere. Thank you very much on behalf of my children. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. And the last two, it was that lady
here
and that gentleman.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. I'm Nelly Kumba. I'm here standing for the Association of Retired Civil Servants in Malawi. I just want to say a few things concerning the pensioners, especially the gratuities. Every year in and out, we see that there's money being put for pensioners to receive their gratuities. But it has been a battle, especially for the past 5 years, whereby the pensioners have been staying for 3 to 4 years without receiving their gratuities. So this is putting a lot of stress in the lives of the pensioners who are already elderly, and some they go for retirement voluntarily, but they are ill, so they fail to get medication just because they haven't yet received their gratuities. Thank you, Honorable Minister, that in the mid-year review budget you have put 196 billion, which you say it is going to cover for the backlog of the gratuities for the pensioners. But I just want to put forward the experiences that we have had for the past 5 years. The government continues to borrow for the pensioners, yet the pensioners are not receiving their gratuities. So for this, we ask you, Honorable Minister, with the new government, please help us, because most of the pensioners are dying of ill health because of stresses. You know, when people are getting old, there are a lot of illnesses. And please, please, your government, we know what you were doing before 2020, and we hope that this time around you are going to meet the time that is stipulated in the Pensions Act, which is 3 months a person must receive his or her gratuities. For this, thank you so much. We hope we are going to do it, Minister.
Thank you very much. And I think starting from the last question, indeed, I think in 2020, the waiting period, the waiting time for pensioners to get their pensions and gratuities, we had reduced it to 3 to 6 months. But as we speak now, we have observed that it has gone back to 3 years, 4 years, and so forth. And since when we started work in October, the minister pointed out that this is a priority. We cannot let those who worked hard and retired to suffer even more in waiting for their pensions and gratuities. And to that effect, the Honourable Minister directed that we put resources, and it's true, we have put resources, a lot of resources, even in the midterm. But going forward, we intend to reduce that waiting period, that waiting time again, back to 3 to 6 months. And we're going to do it. We've got a team in the Ministry of Finance, and we're going to do just that. I think be assured on that. Only question from Honorable Mlomba, maybe possibly you even have observed that since the new government, came in, government has come up with a lot of reforms, even austerity measures as well, to make sure that we reduce expenditure. And let me even, I think, even add to that, to the extent that coming to this to the midterm budget has a lot of pressure points. Why? One other big reason is that in the first half of the budget, there was a lot of front-loading on the budget. And that budget has spent almost 70% of the budget. So the midterm that we are talking about here has only 30%. And then there are also a number of pressure points as well. The arrears from the elections, the wage bill had increased tremendously. There was a lot of recruitments and so forth. On that front, what we've done is we have frozen, for instance, expenditure on high-value assets. We are not going to buy vehicles, new vehicles, in this budget, or any other high-value assets. We have limited travel. We've cut it down, in fact, by 30%. And all senior officers, when they go out, for instance, they can only go outside the country, not more than, is it 3 times? Only 3 trips, not more than that. And these are very tough austerity measures we are taking. Even on fuel, we've cut it down by 30%, trying to reduce, our expenditure. And on your point, we've taken note. It could be one of the issues to be put on the table, but we'll hear you. It's important. We need to be reducing that particular expenditure, more especially for this, midterm, budget. But I also do hear loud and clear from Dr. Bokosi, I think very genuine, issue that he's raising, that we should not be reducing expenditure. But then, at the same time as well, the liquidity is not there. The monies are not there. So, yeah. So, you leave us, I think, with no choice, basically, to be within what we have. And we've also seen that globally as well, the global trend, the grants and all those, inflows are getting reduced. So we need to find the means and ways of raising resources to support the budget. So I think, but we've taken note, of that issue. But we also, I think, appreciate the point that you've raised, that as leakages, definitely, I think, as government, will take that one seriously. Maybe you have even listened to the president himself in his inaugural speech. Corruption is at the center of his presidency. And corruption is key, and we'll prioritize it as we implement various government programs. The FCDA, we have opened up a desk for diaspora in MITC. Maybe we may have not done better, but I think going forward, we need to up our game and make sure that we improve the way, we handle diaspora. They can bring a lot of, inflows, for the country and assist us develop, this country. Time management, definitely, it's important. The high table and everybody else, we were here before, I think it was past 8. We were down there waiting for the room to fill up. In fact, we were waiting for you. But I will take note. I think time management is very key. It portrays how serious, people are when they are doing their work. Maintenance as well has also come at the fore. We need to do better. Maintenance is killing us. We need to plan for it. We need to manage it, going forward. Otherwise, it makes, our systems inefficient, as it were. Maybe at that stage, if I may allow the Honourable Minister to come in and even add more.
Thank you very much, EST. I thought you have covered most of the questions, but I just wanted to answer or comment on 1, 2 observations that have been made. The first one is on raising tax on imported materials. I would like to agree with you, particularly those that we are producing locally. I think that's what we are looking at as a ministry. That's why we need your suggestions, because I think we are losing money or forex on products that can easily be produced in Malawi. So we have asked the Malawi Revenue Authority to look at those products and how do we slow them down. That's what we call import substitution. We need to substitute imports with local production. That's what we are doing. So I want to agree with you that I think the point you have raised is very, very important, And I'm sure you'll see more of that in the budget, because we want to make sure that we increase value addition and manufacturing, and that will be done. I have the director of revenue. I hope he is listening to this. I also want to agree to some extent on that we continue spending. Obviously, we have to spend, and we're supposed to spend. That's why we have other mandatory expenses. We can't afford not to spend. But perhaps, as we have said, we need to look at the spending. We should spend more where there's productivity. And as much as possible, we should move away from consumption to productivity. And also, we should remove wastage. But in terms of spending, we'll spend. Because I also want to agree with you that the Keynesian theory says that expenditure creates its own demand. Actually, that's why you see on Christmas, there's a lot of activity because people have money and spending. And that's the time even the companies where they strategize to produce more in order to cover that. So to some extent I agree with you, but what I'm saying is yes, we should spend cautiously, avoiding wastage, and make sure that we do more productivity than consumption. So I think that we agree with you. On the issue of harnessing or raising forex, maybe I want to take advantage of this forum. I think there's an article that is about worldwide tax. I don't know whether you have seen it. I would like to say, I don't think now there are those intentions. Am I right? It's ST. But it was one of the proposals coming from order. During consultation, you get all sorts of proposals, and it is one of them. So it's not like we came from us, but it came from people who have experience elsewhere where the worldwide tax applies. So people saying we have already made a decision to introduce that, that's not true. I thought I should clear that because I've had questions on that. But as I said, we will call the ones that introduce that and see whether is there room to do so and what are the pros and cons of doing that. I hope that clarifies because I've seen it in the social media. The other issue where I want to agree with you is change of mindset. I agree with you that punctuality is our challenge. Actually, if you come early, I think Malawi anyway, you have to be late. I think that has to change. We need to change. I gave you an example from, I think we had a consultant way before in 2020 who had come working at Capitol Hill. He expected to shop at lunch hour. He went to shops, they were closed. Shops had closed for lunch. And then after 5, he also went to go there, he found them closed. So he was saying, when do I shop? You get it? But I'm sure you and me agree that in other countries, shopping is done during at lunch and even at night. You go to China, you see activities taking place. You even shop to buy what you want at 9 p.m. Is it something that the private sector and ourselves need to work? What is that we can do so that there is continued trading? So I agree with you. And Madam, is it Nkumba? I sympathize and I agree with you. As an MP, I've seen people dying and have died without getting their benefits. I had a teacher, head teacher. Last year, I think 2024, he died actually of hypertension and sugar. He even called me IMP, just take me to go. I should carry him because he could not walk to Capitol Hill for him to get. Until today, I think he has died. Hence, when this new government, our president directed that we should clear the backlog. The 196 billion that we'll talk about, if we are to pay that, because our intention is to make sure that we pay before the new financial year, by end of March, we should pay that amount. The 100, we should clear the backlog. But of course, it will be based on first come, first serve. We'll